Attorney Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the council and the public that there's 3 items for closed session discussion. The first is conference with labor negotiators regarding various employee groups. Under negotiation is wages, hours, benefits, and working conditions. And then 2 separate closed sessions dealing with conference with labor negotiators with the mayor as the agency designated representative for the city manager and the city attorney. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll see y'all in closed session. Okay, everybody. We are here back from closed session. I think we got everybody from City Council and virtual dais. I want to welcome everybody tuning in tonight, all across the interwebs of Milpitas in the world. Facebook live stream, YouTube.com, Zoom, whatever platform you're on. Welcome tonight. Extremely a challenging time here in America and Milpitas with the pandemic and all the um, um, just very, very, very difficult challenges. But we're here tonight to do the city's business. We got some great agenda items. I want to thank everybody tuning in, our partners, our residents, businesses, folks that just really care about our city. So we'll go ahead. Let's see here. Let me look on my virtual. I think we got enough folks here. I know we're all here. So we just came out of closed session, folks. Let's go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note for the public that direction was given by the council to staff in closed session, but there was nothing to report out of closed session this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And next we go to the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll ask you to stand where you are, and our IT will get our flag up here. I'll lead the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. All right. And I move along here. We have the invocation. Tonight's invocation presented by Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. At this time, I would like to check in to see if we have two guests with us this evening. I believe it's Anna and Lisa. I'm not too sure if we have been able to get a hold of them and bring them on board.
Anna's on board, and I believe Tina is as well.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Excuse me, Tina. Thank you so much, Anna and Tina, for being with us today. I am really excited to have our community lead our invocation for tonight. I believe that as we move into the different challenging conversations that we'll have tonight, it's really important for us to remember the sense of unity that we have as the Milpitas family. And so as I thought of who could give this invocation, who warms my heart, I thought of our softball girls. And I know that it takes strong women, strong role models for these young girls to really do what they do best. And I have had the pleasure, as many of you, to be in touch with them and to hear their advocacy and their passion for the sport. And so today, again, I'm going to go ahead and give the mic over to Anna. I'm not too sure who would like to start, but the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dominguez, for inviting us, Milpitas North Valley Pals Softball, to speak tonight. So once again, my name is Anna Rodriguez, and I serve on the league board. And I'm here tonight to talk about a really amazing opportunity and event that our league is working on. In the past few months, we've relied heavily on the support of our community, and we've seen firsthand the outpouring of love and support from many wonderful families here in Milpitas, and have seen how much can be accomplished when we come together as one. For us, community is everything. And for that reason, we are proud to announce that our league, Milpitas North Valley Pals Softball, is hosting their very first drive-through turkey giveaway. We are giving thanks by giving back to our community, giving to families in need this Thanksgiving holiday. In true community fashion, we've had donations from generous families and organizations here in Milpitas, but we are not done, and hope that you and everyone here tonight on this call can make a contribution so that we can make a difference in the lives of Milpitas families that might be experiencing hardship. And we hope that this not only inspires our softball players to make a difference and continue to do amazing things in our community, but may this also serve as a reminder for all of us to be kind and show compassion to each other, especially during these challenging times. And this is where I will plug in my shameful plug for a donation. So if you'd like to make a donation, please email milpitassoftball@yahoo.com. You can also find us on Facebook under Milpitas North Valley Pal Softball for further details. And as mentioned, community is everything to us. And again, thank you for your time tonight, Councilmember Dominguez. And from the Milpitas Pal Softball family, we wish you a safe, healthy, and wonderful Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much. Following that, before I know many of us will be going on the Thanksgiving holiday, I just want to go ahead and finish our invocation with the prayer of the farm workers struggle. And you don't have to repeat it due to time, but I'm going to go ahead and recite it really quickly. If you know it, please go ahead and join us. Show me the suffering of the most miserable, so I will know my people's plight. Free me to pray for others, for you are present in every person. Help me take responsibility for my own life so that I can be free at last. Grant me courage to serve others, for in service there is true life. Give me honesty and patience so that I can work with other workers. Bring forth song and celebration so that the spirit will be alive among us. Let the spirit flourish and grow so that we will never get tired of the struggle. Let us remember those who have died for justice, for they have given us life. Help us love even those that hate us so we could change the world. Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
This
Thank you very much,
concludes our
Councilmember Dominguez. All right, moving on here to the public forum. Tonight's public forum will be 1 minute. We got a lot of business on our agenda tonight. So we'll go to our IT to set up the timer. And then once I see the timer, I'll start calling on folks. Okay, there it is right there. And first up, we have Inderjit. Welcome. You might need to unmute your microphone if you're there still. Let me check.
Okay, I think that's unmuted now.
There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Tran and council members for this opportunity to make an announcement. And thank you, Council Member Nunes, for your commitments to Milpitas. During this time of suffering, the Milpitas Chamber would like to help all businesses. The Milpitas Chamber can help in a very small way by allowing businesses to advertise for free on the chamber websites. The new visual business directory is called Discover Milpitas, and is very engaging. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up, and it's free. And if you are a verified business, you can come by the office, the chamber office, to pick up your welcome gift. So there's just very little we can do for our businesses. And we welcome any other suggestions that people may have. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Voltaire Montemor. And Mr. Montemor, if you can adjust your microphone, unmute it, I think we'll be able to hear you. We are here. Mr. Montemor, if you'll unmute your microphone, there you go.
You hear me now? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, hi everybody. This is Voltaire Montemor of Milpitas. Oh, the mayor, the city council, and the member of the city council, city manager and staff. It is a very successful and peaceful election from the campaign period up to the election vote result. I just want to suggest if there is a city's formal rule on this to impart the public easing up the political yard sign. I struggled. It backfires on me. It's my bad. Most of the time I'm just alone as walking out there. I'm just asking permission from the public property, house properties. They're worried. Their side, I know their side. They don't. Most of the most of us doesn't want to have installed yard sign in our yard. So I understand. In other words, I'm happy with the result. I'm contented. I'm satisfied. So thank you all. I'm approaching my 5,000 votes. I hope I will, and I pray Milpitas should still be the best. So it's a successful election. I use the Serenity Prayer, the Beatitudes, and thank you. Have a good night, everybody. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Rob Jung.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. On behalf of the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce, we are actually inviting the community to our first workshop for businesses. This one is targeted for our restaurants, which is slated for next Monday on the 23rd of November from 2:30 to 4:30. Our topic will be strategies to survive COVID for restaurants, especially now that we've moved into purple status for the county. We hope to provide information in regards to things like the delivery caps and how to safely put outdoor heating. So please join us on Monday, November 23rd. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Shout out to the Milpitas Chamber of Commerce. Go ahead and search them on your web browser. They're doing some a lot of new things over there. So I'm looking forward to checking that out. Next up, we have Jessica Yu.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, Mayor, City Council. These days, companies have been enforced pay freeze and pay cuts in addition to job cuts for the long-term financial management. We need to do the same thing in the city of Milpitas. First thing is to implement the salary pay freeze. Second, we like to cut the city manager's salary because his salary is too high compared to other city employees. We also like to request the city council to stop unnecessary spending. No funding for duplicate service. Instead of paying $200K to this county to reassess Milpitas homeless, we should only pay $75K to the county as housing committee proposed at the September 22nd meetings. No unnecessary contract extensions. Please use our tax money more accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uvesh Kumar Mehta, please.
Good evening, Sir Mayor Tran, and good evening to all the city council members. Good evening to the city staff. I wanted to mention that the Milpitas can be strong by helping, with the homeless project. The strongness is to help the weak. The strongness is to work on the issues like poverty, education, helping the weak. The Milpitas can be stronger by, helping the weak. Even though, Milpitas has helped the strong, always. So he can become, further strong. So my request is to consider the home key project, but with keeping the consideration of all the citizens and, having the demographic location in education as well. Thank you very much. And again, very good evening to everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And you're welcome. Next up, we have Tina Ortiz.
Good evening. This is Tina, the president of Milpitas North Valley Powell Softball. I was just calling in to thank the board for your support with helping us secure fields for this upcoming season. And we look forward to continued discussions on future seasons to come. I know we're in the planning phase to see what's out there as far as what we can do for new location. And I also wanted to thank the Council Member Dominguez and Montano and Vice Mayor Nunez and Mayor Tran for your support. And also special thanks to by Council Member Montano and Mayor Tran for reaching out to some of your familiar people to help donate to our our current turkey drive. We appreciate your guys' support and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much. Very kind. That's community right there. Next up, we have Jen Lee.
Hi, good evening. I think I just think about the home key project because we spent 6 million for just to buy 165 rooms for homeless. But think about it, if you buy some other location, something like Stockton, you can buy a single family house for just $200,000. So you can buy 200 single family house for with the $60 million. So I think if you want family home, you want homeless, just live in a hotel room and compare to live in a house, how they move will be different. So I think it's ridiculous to buy a hotel room. For one room is over $300,000 for the homeless. So I think the money is not used wisely.
Next up, we have Rita. Welcome, Rita.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, we need to stop unnecessary government spending. Milpitas home key as an example. From Realtor.com, extended stay American hotel last sold for $14 million at April 14, 2020. 7 months later, Santa Clara County is going to acquire with $50 million for home key project. I'm hardly imagination in 7 months, this property value increased 36 million. Gavin Newsom and the Santa Clara County Council member claim those are not taxpayer money. It is federal funding money. I just wondering, is federal funding money come from taxpayer? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Steve Cantonimi. We are here. If you're there, maybe your microphone, I'm not sure. Steve.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mayor. Yeah, Steve Cantonini with BAC Local 3, Bricklayers, Organized Labor, and Building Trades. I've been part of many PLAs with San Francisco and San Mateo counties, all of which have been successful and have been beneficial to all involved, from owners, developers, contractors, and workers of the cities themselves. Project labor agreements, they offer projects that finish on time, no work stoppage, work harmony, safe work environment for all workers with the best safety protocols put in place, a workforce of the very best skilled trained construction trades, amazing apprenticeship programs and training centers, an opportunity for local residents to join these programs, earn an honest and decent wage in living, get excellent health and welfare for themselves and their family, and build a retirement. I can only urge the City Council approve the project labor agreement, citywide agreement for Milpitas. Item 21 on the agenda. Thank you, sir.
All righty. Next up, we have Anupam Kanuja. And we are here as you may need to.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to say that we are in very uncertain times and we should be thoughtful in how we use our money. So just like some of the other residents talked about, we should not be overpaying for the home key project. Secondly, we should not be put more burden on the city of Milpitas to take care of homeless from the county. I mean, if the council members who are voting for this home key project, you are getting paid from the city of Milpitas and you're serving the interest of the county. So that is not the right thing to do, and not to look out for the interest of the residents who live here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Tom Lynn. Welcome.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Yeah. I agree that we should freeze the unnecessary spending of the Milpitas budget. Since we have just throw away 200,000 to to help Santa Clara County around in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic. There are so many small businesses are starving. So we should just try to use the money wisely, as the mayor mentioned that our budget is so tight, and we are using the next year's the money to do this. So yeah, please, let's keep it the money I use wisely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Very much. This is it. This is my last notification here for the public forum. If you'd like to speak, I'm going to do a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 here, and whoever can raise their virtual hand within that 5 seconds, you've made it to the public forum. But anybody past that, this is your final warning here. Thank you very much for your understanding. It's certainly an effort I must put forth every meeting, and I appreciate everybody. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That's it. Okay, we got one more. Rekha Pardeshi.
Good evening, Mayor and the council members. I would like to again reiterate that taxpayer money needs to be used with care and complete accountability. This is lacking right now. Milpitas is suffering due to this, and this needs to be addressed and stopped immediately. I would like to strongly suggest a pay freeze and even a pay cut for some of the Milpitas employees. For example, the city manager and some of the others who are getting paid pretty highly and not actually serving Milpitas as they should be. A lot of our city council members are just using Milpitas. Seems like they're using Milpitas just as a stepping stone for advancing their own careers in the county and in the state level. This is not okay. They need to realize that they were elected by Milpitas to represent Milpitas residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and that's it with public. That's it with public forum. I do want to take a minute to step up from city staff, and this group has been working for quite some time, and I'm so proud of city staff. And we have some agenda items tonight. We're going to get to it, but a lot of budget items. I hope that folks will stick with us as we go over, I think, 2 or 3 items on the budget, and I think folks are going to see a lot of the work we're going to put in to make sure we have the most sense in all of Silicon Valley in terms of our financial management. But stay with us tonight. I want folks, if you haven't already, to see our amazing staff, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, and city manager, and our directors of our departments. Just a tremendous team. I'm so proud to be here in the city of Milpitas. Our city staff, there's nothing they can't do. And so stick with us. We have those items, folks, public forum, you requested it. Well, you're here at right place, right time tonight. The agenda, as you can see, it's online. I know you probably have been with us at different meetings, different agendas, but tonight, if you don't have it, go ahead and get our agenda from the City of Milpitas website. And I want to thank the IT department as well. You look at this Zoom, we got dozens and dozens of folks on here. And IT is doing a tremendous job with the presentations and slides and making sure everybody's connected. And so, it's not just us in these Brady Bunch squares here. It's a lot of people behind the scenes. And so, I think folks are going to see a lot of work here in the next few months, very few months. And so, let's move together, folks. Here we go. Next up, we have announcements and future agenda items. Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no announcements, but if council has any or future agenda items, we'd be happy to help with the process.
I'm sorry. Yeah, all right. Then we go down the line here to our city manager, Steve McCure.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, and good evening, city council members, members of the public. I do have a couple announcements. I think it's very important. Mayor mentioned earlier in the meeting beginning about COVID-19, an update. Just as I mentioned last week, COVID-19 cases in our county and across the state have been increasing. We now know that the cases are rising faster than the rate the state experienced at the outset of the July surge. As a result, Governor Newsom announced that 41 counties, which comprise over 94% of the state's population, are now in that purple tier effective today. Under the purple tier, the following businesses and activities are prohibited from operating indoors. So I just want to emphasize this is indoors. That's dining, gatherings, including movie showings, political events, weddings, funerals, places of worship, gyms and fitness facilities, family entertainment centers, card rooms, museums, zoos, and aquariums. These businesses and activities may proceed outdoors only with modifications. Shopping malls and all retail establishments must reduce to a maximum of 25% capacity and continue to provide safety modifications. Additionally, schools that have not opened cannot open, but schools that have already started operations can continue as long as they follow the state and county guidelines. This information and more can be found on the city's website. In addition, I always mention our COVID testing in Milpitas. The next schedule of the county's pop-up testing at the Milpitas Sports Center is scheduled for Monday, December 7th and the 21st. Appointments will be open for scheduling before 7 days before the testing date. Details can be found on our city's website. And lastly, the City of Milpitas City Hall and city departments are closed on November 26th and 27th, that's Thursday and Friday of next week, in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. The closure does not affect city essential services. That includes, of course, our police and fire departments. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Just a tremendous leadership role you play here, and I'm thankful for all you do. Now, back to the other side of the virtual dais with announcements. I just have a few comments for folks that are watching. I think every time we have a meeting, there's agenda items, and it's a lot of spending your tax dollars. So you're in the right place tonight. I'm very excited to go through all the items and have the public really engaged and together. We're making decisions together here in the city of Milpitas. That's one thing I want to say. The other thing I want to say is it's a tough time right now. Kind of follow up on what the city manager said with the purple tier and the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm closely watching the news. I feel like all the time, I'm on my phone all the time, it feels like. And if you follow me on Facebook, I'm always sharing new information so that folks are aware of what's going on out there. So just remain resilient and really vigilant. Sometimes Milpitas family, let's especially be mindful of our elders as we approach our holiday season and some of the family events or gatherings that should or should not take place. But let's ensure that we really look out for those that are most at risk. And I think we'll be great, Milpitas. We're going to get through this thing. All right, going down the virtual dais here. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. At this time, I would like to ask Council's consideration to bring back an item before the end of December. It has been brought to my attention through the VTA that there is funding opportunities and money at the table for Milpitas to be part of. But one of the requirements is that we have a Milpitas residents be designated to their VTA bike committee. And we have not done that. So I would like to bring that forward to begin the process and hopefully appoint someone by the end of next month in order to make sure that we are able to apply for these funding opportunities. So I would like to make sure this motion takes place before the end of December. So Chris, I'm not too sure if we could put a motion for action for the next meeting and no later than the end of December in order for us not to miss this funding opportunity.
So it's an appointment to a VTA committee. Okay, so the mayor.
Yeah, so it would be an appointment of a Milpitas resident to the VTA bike committee.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, great, a resident. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm more than happy. And if you have someone in mind, a resident, I'll be more than happy to take a very good look.
Mayor and Councilmember Dominguez, would you like me to go down the line to see if council supports? And I think what we'd have on the next agenda, and I know you want it by the end of December, we may have the discussion on, or if the mayor just wants to bring something forward, I think.
Let's bring it forward. I'll do the virtual. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, I say my Councilmember Fan. All in favor of virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Abstain for now.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Councilmember Dominguez, do you have any further requests?
Yes, I have one more. Thank you very much, Mayor, for moving that motion. I'm very excited for that to happen. The next motion also has to do with the funding opportunity to ensure that Milpitas has the opportunity to apply for funding, despite our personal opinions on some of the housing projects. One of the things that I would like to see at our next council meeting is bringing back the 2020-25 community plan to end homelessness, for it to be adopted by the city of Milpitas, and for that to happen at the next council meeting.
Where do we have it right now in our work flow, city manager?
Oh, my audio is on. We did bring this to you before, so we would be prepared to bring this at any time. When I don't know that we had a scheduled, we didn't have a scheduled agenda time for it. So whatever the council would like to see it again, we could bring it back to you if you had a specific date.
My motion on the floor is to bring it at the next council meeting in order to adopt the 2020-25 community plan to end homelessness by Santa Clara County. At this time, Chris, could we go ahead and move forward with the vote?
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify for the council, we don't actually need a second on these future agenda items. It's just a request, and then we get council consensus to see if it's there. But Mayor, I'm happy to go down the line if you like.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Fan?
Aye.
Councilmember Montana?
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez?
Aye.
And Mayor Tran?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Those are the only two requests that I have at this time. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Good work. All right, next up here we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. Let me put my, just wanted to, this upcoming week is National Hunger Homelessness Awareness Week. And I know that most of you know Hope for the Unhoused, which is a local group that's trying to become, or is going through the process to become a nonprofit. I really have been amazed at what they have been able to do in the short period of time and the learning curve they've gone through. So I just wanted to be able to showcase them a little bit. They have been going out every night out to the homeless encampments, trying to be helpful to the unhoused, getting them housing if they can, food, clothing. They are going through the process of becoming a 501c3. And during this time for the National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, I just think it's amazing to me that persons that have really very little formal training, all that they do. And I think that now that we're coming on to the colder months and this time of year, they should be held up as what we really stand for. So I just wanted to bring that forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Okay, I'll look to the virtual dais. If there's anybody else for announcements and future agenda items, okay, looks like that's it. Moving on here, announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd ask the mayor and council to whether he or she has any personal or financial conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. So just conflicts of interest at this point, but we'll start at the end. Councilmember Fan.
No conflicts of interest.
Thank you. Councilmember Montana.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
No.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nunez.
No.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'd also ask the council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any party entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. And we'll start at the end. Councilmember Fan.
It's not a contract or a development agreement, but again, out of an abundance of caution, I'm disclosing a maxed out contribution from the Santa Clara County, San Benito County Building Trades Council for my re-election campaign.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Montano?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez?
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nunez?
The same as Councilman Fan.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran?
None.
Perfect. Let the record reflect none to the first question, and with the second question, just the two disclosures by Vice Mayor Nunez and Councilmember Fan. Thank you.
Okay, great. Moving on here to the reading of the City Council Code of Conduct. I appreciate this moment. Chris, can you help us out?
Happy to do so, Mayor. So the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct, be respectful and courteous, words, tone, and body language matter. Model civility, avoid surprises, praise publicly and criticize privately, focus on the issue, not the person, refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. And again, that would mean the Zoom platform that we are on during the course of this council meeting. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on here to approval of agenda. Do I see any requests for the approval of agenda, or is there a motion?
So move.
I'll second. We got a motion by Councilmember Montano, second by Mayor Tran. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself and I, the motion is carried. Moving on to consent calendar. Hey, folks, are there any items you'd like to see on the consent or off the consent? We have a virtual raised hand from Councilmember Fan.
Yes, I'd like to add item 17 onto consent calendar. Is that okay with everyone?
I support that.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to pull item C3 from consent calendar to be heard after the public hearing.
Copy.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Next up, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. So I'm just on C7, and maybe it's just a question. I didn't see what I saw as the backup were a lot of account numbers, but not the breakout city manager. So I knew what accounts they were being pulled from. If I be provided that, then I wouldn't have to pull it.
Sure, if you would like to have this after the council meeting or tomorrow, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Whatever you
Then,
need, if
no.
you have any details to it, you can let me know tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So no, I don't have anything then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so for the consent calendar, we're pulling item number 3 per Councilmember Fan, and we're putting on to the consent item number 17, also per Councilmember Fan. Looking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Fan. All in favor, virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself as I, the motion is carried. Let's keep it moving here to the public hearing. Next up, item number 15. Folks at home watching, we're at number 15, public hearing. Conduct a public hearing and consider adoption of resolution approving the addition of 44 residential units to an existing multifamily housing complex at 1724 Sunny Hills Court, also known as the Sunny Hills Apartments. And we have from our Department of Building Safety and Housing, Rosalind Thompson. Hello there.
And Mayor
Good
Tran, Before
Good
Rosalind
evening.
and planning staff starts to present, I just wanted to give you a primer again on, because this is a land use decision that's before you, just a gentle reminder that due process will apply here. So council will want to hold any opinions about the project until we formally close that public hearing. But the procedure tonight will be staff will present to you. They will happily take any questions. From there, we will hear from the applicant for a set period of time, then hear from general public comment. And if any of that comment is overtly negative, we would allow the applicant some rebuttal time. And then we close that public hearing and bring it back to the council. And at that point, you could state all the opinions about the project you'd like. And council and staff would be happy to work with you on any questions you have at that point as well. So thank you.
Fantastic, Chris. Well put. We'll go to Councilmember Montano. Yes.
Thank you. So Chris, just to clarify, we are going to be listening to the applicant and, well, first of all, staff's presentation, the applicant, and then nothing about, when we are not to discuss anything about any contracts or anything. It just has to be with just the land use agreement. That's it, right?
Oh, that's a great question, Councilmember Montano. You are correct. Yes, what's before you is a very specific decision dealing with the land use application. And so we'd focus on the findings that are required to be made in order to approve that. And those are included within the resolution. And I'm happy to speak to those, as well as staff would be happy to speak to those. But yes, anything outside of the application, which is the proposal for new development, would essentially not be under consideration tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll take a moment here for folks on YouTube or Facebook Live or wherever you may be. We do have translation services for this item tonight for this public hearing regarding Sunny Hills Port. You may listen to the City Council meeting in the following languages: Spanish and Vietnamese. Here you are. There's a telephone number before you if you'd like to call in. I'll give it a few moments here if you're still putting in the information so that you can connect with the translator. But this is it right here, folks. We want to make sure everybody's connected. And maybe if you're having any type of concerns, you could type in the chat and our IT department will assist you as best as we can. We do have folks here for the public hearing. That'll be very shortly here. And when we get to that, folks can raise their virtual raised hand. But you could raise it now if you want, but we're not going to get there just yet. You're going to wait a few moments here. But I do want to reiterate once more that we do have translation services tonight. Very popular Spanish and popular Vietnamese here in Milpitas. Please call in if you need. There's a webinar ID number, and we'll get you connected. Hope everybody's connected, because here we go. Rosalind, are you there?
I am here.
Welcome.
Mayor Tran, if I may, I'll provide a quick introduction. I have to get in my 2 minutes. No, I'll just talk. Provide a brief introduction while people are still maybe dialing into the translation services. So I'm Ned Thomas, Planning Director. It's a pleasure to be with you again tonight, Mayor Tran and members of the council. We're pleased to present to you tonight a 44-unit residential infill project for the existing Sunny Hills apartment complex in the northern portion of the city. It's near the intersection of North Milpitas Boulevard and Dixon Landing Road. The project's been under consideration by the city for a while. City staff from various departments has been working with the applicant, JMK Investments, and the neighborhood for a little over 2 years to bring this application before you. It received a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. Rosalind presented it to them last month, and we're pleased to be with you tonight. And again, Rosalind Thompson, as you met before, our senior planner, is here to present the staff report. And both Rosalind and I are available to answer questions, as well as key staff from other departments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rosalind for the staff report.
Thank you, Ned. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The item before you requests a site development permit, a plan unit development amendment, a tree removal permit, and an environmental assessment to develop 44 residential units within an existing 171-unit multifamily residential complex at 1724 Sunny Hills Court. In this presentation, I will give a brief overview of the project, followed by the project's history, give a summary of the entitlement sought, go over the architecture and other features of the project, and then conclude my presentation with the environmental review process and staff recommendation. Next slide. The applicant requests to develop an additional 44 residential units to an existing 171 unit multifamily dwelling complex. The development would be comprised of 7 buildings, 5 two-story buildings, and 1 3-story building, and an office and leasing center. The new units are comprised of 14 one-bedroom and 32 bedroom units, with 7 affordable units to extremely low income individuals. 87 new parking spaces are proposed. The project will require the removal of 31 protected trees from the site, and the applicant has proposed to install 86 replacement trees. Other site improvements include a new driveway to connect an existing drive aisle to a new fire access road. And I'd like to highlight that maintaining the affordability of the existing units is not being considered at this time. It's being considered separately from the planning entitlements. Next slide. The project site is zoned R3 multifamily high density residential, surrounded by R16 single family zone properties to the south and east, and C1 neighborhood commercial properties to the north and west. The site is also located in a planned unit development number 10, approved on September 16th, 1968. Next slide. Here's a project vicinity map. The project site is approximately 12.66 acres, irregularly shaped, and developed with a 171 unit apartment complex comprised of 1 and 2-story residential buildings. The project site is bound by Dixon Road to the north, single family residential uses to the east and south, and various commercial uses, or also known as the City Square Center, to the west. Next slide. Next slide.
There it is. See, that was a special effect right there. It took a little extra.
The previous slide. Thank you.
Yes.
Development of the project would occur within the southeast corner of the site. The project area is surrounded by the existing apartment complex buildings to the north, west, and south, and by single-family residential units to the east. Next slide. The existing 171-unit multifamily complex was approved on September 16th, 1968, as part of Plan Unit Development Number 10. Constructed in 1971, the complex consists of 43 multi-unit residential buildings containing 171 units and a community and leasing center with an attached manager's unit. The complex consists of studio apartments, 1-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom units, and 4-bedroom units. The existing development includes a community center with an attached manager's unit, 7.35 acres of open space, 7 laundromats, carports, and open parking spaces. The complex has undergone minimal change over the past 49 years. Next slide. The project requests the following entitlements: a plan unit development amendment to amend the existing plan unit development, number 10, Sunny Hills Apartments, to provide parking stalls at a dimension of 9 feet by 18 feet, where dimensions of 10 feet by 20 feet are required, and removal of the existing common space area to accommodate the 44 units. Next slide. A site development permit to allow the development of an additional 44 residential units, the demolition and reconstruction of an existing leasing and community building and associated site improvements, a tree removal permit to remove 31 protected trees and replace them with 86 trees, and an environmental assessment to review and certify an initial study mitigated negative declaration pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15070. Next slide. So this is a depiction of the existing condition of the project area. The proposed development would occur in the common area to the northwest of the existing community building and along the eastern property line. So if you look, that would be to the left of your screen. That open area would accommodate 4 buildings, and then the area to the east of that building, somewhat in the center top of the page, that will be building F, the 3-story building. It would be immediately to the east of the building. Next slide. This is a site plan of the proposed project. The proposed project would include 7 new buildings, 5 of which, buildings A through E, would be 2 stories and a maximum of 26 feet in height and contain 3 to 7 residential units each. The largest building, building F, would be 3 stories and a maximum of 35 feet in height and would contain 20 residential units. Building F would also include 20 new carports on the ground level above 1- and 2-story apartments. The proposed project would also include a new leasing and community building. Direct access to the project site is still provided by Sunny Hills Court, which is accessible from Dixon Road to the north and North Milpitas Boulevard to the west. However, the Sunny Hills Court bulb out and parking area that currently exists near the community building would be removed to accommodate the proposed buildings. Additionally, the existing alleyway located north of the proposed building B would be modified to allow for vehicular access to the drive aisle adjacent to building F, which is near the top of the page, which would provide access to the new carports and parking spaces. Also, the existing driveway west of the proposed building E would be extended to connect to the drive aisle adjacent to building F. A total of 4 new bicycle parking spaces would also be installed adjacent to the proposed leasing community building. Next slide. So we have 2 images here, one of the proposed building and the other of an existing building. So the image above is a 3D rendering of one of the proposed 2-story buildings. Below the rendering is an image of one of the existing buildings on the site. The applicant has chosen to design the new buildings in a similar mid-20th century architectural style as existing buildings. Next slide. Here are the front and rear elevations for buildings A, C, and D, which are 2 stories in height and contain 1- and 2-bedroom units. Next slide. Here are the front and rear elevations for buildings B and E, which are 2 stories in height and also contain 1- and 2-bedroom units. Next slide. Here are the front and side elevations of building F. It would be 3 stories and a maximum of 35 feet in height and would contain 20 residential units. Building F would also include 20 new carports on the ground level above the 1- and 2-story apartments. Next slide. Here are the elevations of the new leasing and community building, which would be approximately 1,791 square feet in size and would include office space as well as laundry for use by current and new residents of the project site. Next slide. As for parking, the apartment complex currently has 259 off-street parking spaces, including 173 spaces and 86 uncovered spaces. As for the proposed project, all of the project qualifies for a density bonus and 2 incentives concessions under the state density bonus law. Neither are requested at this time. Instead, the project has requested the reduced parking ratios under the state density bonus law, which are specifically 1 parking space for studio 1-bedroom units and 2 parking spaces for 2-bedroom units, and an elimination of guest parking altogether. Here is a table which analyzes the parking required for the project and the parking provided. So given that the state density bonus law requires 1 space per unit for 1-bedroom units and 2 spaces per unit for 2-bedroom units, there are 14 but 1-bedroom units, therefore 14 parking spaces are required. And there are 30 2-bedroom units, and the rate is 2 per unit, and therefore that requires 60 spaces. In total, the project would require 74 additional parking spaces. The project has provided a total of 87 parking spaces, excuse me, or 81 parking spaces, I'm sorry, which is well above what's required under the state density bonus law. The project is also proposing an additional 6 parking spaces to serve as guest parking spaces, even though they are not required. Next slide. So this table compares the existing common and private open space of the project and the proposed project. Per the zoning code, the total usable open space required is 200 square feet per unit. Usable open space is defined as any open space, the smallest dimension of which is at least 4.5 feet, and which is not used as storage or for the movement of motor vehicles. Therefore, under the zoning code, the total square footage of common and private usable open space required is 34,200 square feet. As for the existing units, the total usable open space, which is a combination of both private and common open space, is 97,128 square feet. And I see here that that number on the table is incorrect. It actually should be 97,128 square feet, which comes out to 568 square feet per unit. The zoning code also requires that at least 30% of the required open space be contiguous to and provide for private usable open space of the individual dwelling unit. In the case of the existing units, the minimum private usable open space required is 30% of 34,200 square feet, or 10,260 square feet. The existing private usable square feet provided is 32,797 square feet. As for the whole project, which is the private, or I'm sorry, which
looks like Rosalind may have lost her connection. I am looking at her screen. It's a little frozen.
435 square feet. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we just lost you for about 5 seconds. Go back 1 sentence.
Okay, sure. As for the whole project, the total usable open space area required is 43,000 square feet. So it's 215 times 200. An average of approximately 435 square feet is proposed. As for the private open space, 40,527 square feet is proposed, where 12,900 square feet is required. Next slide. Going into the open space, according to the applicant, there is a total of approximately 64,439 square feet of existing common open space provided throughout 9 different common areas within the existing complex. With development of the proposed project, the total amount of common open space would be reduced to approximately 52,847 square feet among 11 different common open space areas. Next slide. As for private usable open space, this site plan shows a layout of private open space areas for the proposed 44 units. And as you can see, all of the units will have some measurement of private open space. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. As part of the landscape plan, the project will require the removal of 31 protected trees from the site. And in accordance with the City of Milpitas Tree Protection Program, the applicant will install 86 replacement trees on the project site. Replacement trees include 24-inch box crepe myrtles, pistache, London plane, and red oak, and 15-gallon hawthorn trees. Additionally, a variety of shrubs, perennials, grasses, ground covers, and vines on the project site will be installed as shown on the landscape plan. And further, the applicant will also install fruit trees, and they're going to discuss the types of trees in their presentation. Next slide. So here are examples of the fences, walls, and accessory structures that will be added to the site. Again, the applicant will go into further detail on the play structure that will be installed. Okay, next slide.
When do we ask questions?
After the presentation.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide. Thank you. As for public outreach and comment, on November 20th, 2019, the applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting. There are approximately 100 attendees from the public, and language translation services in Vietnamese were provided. Comments received included those regarding project design and the continuing affordability of the existing apartment complex. Due to COVID-19 pandemic and the shelter-in-place orders of the state of California and the County of Santa Clara, an online public forum on the city website has been held in lieu of a second in-person neighborhood meeting. And the online public forum, the duration of the online public forum was from September 13th, 2020 to September 23rd, 2020. Also, on October 5th, a meeting with city staff and residents of the Sunny Hills complex was held at the project site. On October 14th, 2020, the Planning Commission held a hearing on this item, and also the commission had a recommendation for this project at that meeting. Next slide. In addition, planning staff provided public notice of the application in accordance with city and state public noticing requirements. So on September 11th, 2020, a notice was published in the Milpitas Post for the Planning Commission meeting. For the City Council meeting, a notice was published in the Milpitas Post on November 6, 2020. Public notice was also provided on the project site and on the city's website. As for the Planning Commission meeting, staff received several inquiries from the public related to noise, air quality, tree removal, open space, and nesting birds, and we were able to address those comments at the meeting. Staff is unaware of any comments received after public notice was published for this meeting. Next slide. As for the California Environmental Quality Act, an initial study was prepared to analyze the potential environmental effects of the proposed project. A draft mitigated negative declaration, M&D, was prepared pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15070. CEQA requires a minimum review period of 20 days to circulate an M&D for public review. That began on September 17th, 2020, and that comment period ended on October 7th, 2020. Next slide. Staff recommends that the City Council open and close the public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and also approving plan unit development amendment, the site development permit, tree removal permit, and environmental assessment, subject to the findings and conditions of approval included in the resolution. That concludes staff's presentation on the project. The applicant is present to also present their PowerPoint on the project. And we also have Matthew Wiswell of LSA. That LSA is the environmental consultant that worked on the initial study mitigated negative declaration. And he is also available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic, Rosalind. Fantastic presentation. Thank you so much for the presentation. Here's the order, folks. Here's what we're going to do. Okay, so we're going to go with the applicant, and then we're going to hear from LSA, and then I'm going to take open the public hearing and get all the public comment there. And then once we hear from folks out in our community through the public hearing, we'll close it and we'll bring it back up to the dais. How's that sound? Okay.
Mayor, everything sounds perfect and you're right on track. The only thing I'd recommend, just as a small tweak, is just to open up the public hearing now and we take testimony from the applicant for about 10 minutes, then take that public comment and then go back to the applicant if desired.
I like that. Thank you very much. So I'll move to open the public hearing. Looking for a second.
Second.
We got a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. Thank you very much, folks. The public hearing is now open. Let's welcome the applicant. How you doing?
Great. How are you?
Good, good. Welcome, welcome. Yes.
Hi, so yeah, we just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everybody. We've really enjoyed working with Rosalind and Ned and everyone else at the city. My name is Megan Kariotis, and this is John Kariotis. John, along with his ownership group, acquired the property back in 1985. At that time, there were a lot of problems with the community, and they put in a lot of time and effort to refurbish the property, replacing the kitchens, bathrooms. The doors used to have mailbox slots in them, so they replaced all the doors, and really worked hard to build a safe community. As we all are very aware, the Bay Area is facing a large housing crisis, and so we thought this would be a good opportunity to add 44 units, 15% of which will be affordable. So Anthony, our architect, can take it from there.
Thank you. Welcome, Anthony.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm just going to present some supplemental slides because Rosalind did such a good job in, giving you all the details already. So the first slide here is to show that this project is in fact using a lot of the paved area, not to kill the green area necessarily, but we use a lot of hardscape paved area to build on top. Next slide, please. This slide here is to show you that the new buildings, which are in yellow, are taking the same shape and length and massing similar to all the rest of the buildings on the site so that they can blend in seamlessly. Next. As Rosalind has said, we are trying to conform to the mid-century architecture. But as you can see at the top, which is the proposed building, we made the roof line slightly different than the existing building, which is below. And so that they can look a little different because we do not want to mimic historical buildings. We never want to do that. But the colors, the window style, and the panels up and down between the windows and the roof material and the siding, they are all consistent with the existing. Next. The ownership is going to upgrade the landscaping of many different areas of the site in order to compensate some of the loss of the green area. This slide here shows you there are 8 different areas, and I'll flash the next 8 slides for you to see what they are looking right now. Next. This is really underutilized. Next. Another underutilized land, nobody uses it. Next. It's a little bit wasted. Next. 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 Next, please. So what we intend to do is to put in fruit trees. We noticed that a lot of the residents there really love fruit trees. It really fosters community activities, and they feel like they're part of it, and they can grow something that they can really take advantage of and use it. Next. And also a lot of nicer landscaping to make it more flowery, more colorful, more attractive. Next. We're going to put in more benches so that they can be more useful. Next. Play equipment is another thing. And so we have started investigating into different kind of play equipment, but something similar to this one. Next. The next 2 slides shows different views of this play equipment. Next. And next. Next. So the ownership will put in a lot of effort in upgrading these areas. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Okay, great. I'd like to now go to the public. And we do have attendees here tonight with the virtual raised hand. My list here. And first up, we have Voltaire Montemayor. We're doing 1 minute tonight. Mr. Montemayor, if you'll unmute your microphone. Voltaire Montemayor. Give you one more opportunity here. Okay, we'll get back to you. Next up, let's go to Johanna B.
Hello, and thank you. I'm actually speaking on behalf of myself as a long-term resident and others who have lived here a lot longer and even less time than I have been here. We've come up with quite a few list of concerns here that we need to think about. Yes, J&K may have done some upgrades and fixed things and replacements years ago, but nothing's been done in quite a while. So we sort of come up with a short list here of what probably should be updated before anything new, if any builds should be done at all and approved. So pretty much windows, window frames, sliding glass doors. We have slatted windows. We have single pane windows. It does not keep out the elements, the noise, the dust, the dirt, anything, as well as countertops in the kitchens, doors, fences, carports. I mean, the list can go on, and I don't have enough time to go through it all. But I mean, we should really improve what's here first before adding anything new. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Allison McDonald. Please.
Good evening. Thank you. Yes, I have sent a letter to the city council back on October 13th, outlining a number of concerns on behalf of the Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association. Very concerned about the loss of trees, full-grown shade trees. Also, to echo Johanna, very concerned about the fact that the existing units have the original single pane aluminum frame windows. And while the city has provided funding for the replacement of the roofs, we also need to be worried about those windows, as we need to let them be able to close their windows to keep out the dust and the noise. I think the roofs and the windows need to happen before new construction happens.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Uvesh Kumar Mehta.
Good evening, Mayor Vishtran, as well as city council members and city staff, and as well as the applicant and Rosalind. I've gone through the presentation. There are quite a few aspects that has been, put into consideration, for the community upgrade. First of all, it is a senior center, so certainly, that consideration is there, as well as, during the planning commission meeting, there were consideration, of a sprinkler system, that is to be established, because there is a lot of tree development that is, been happening in that community. Now, it is important to, note that, when there's a lot of tree development, it is also going to have a lot of irrigation and landscaping, to be involved. So it is important to make sure that, the right set of standards, be placed, so the water can be conserved, and as well as, the right set of plantation can be grown. Again, thank you very much, for opportunity to speak, Mayor Tran.
Next up, we have Robert Means.
Okay, I am speaking from the point of view that we have a climate crisis going on, and that we really need to look through that lens at everything we do as we rebuild our city. The fact that Rosalind mentioned there has been very little change over the last 49 years to those buildings makes me believe that they're not well insulated. They've got single pane windows, and that they have the opportunity to have a new roof and PV panels installed, and none of those opportunities are being taken advantage of in this particular project proposal. So I really think that we ought to be looking at replacing all of the windows, getting in dual pane stuff, replacing the roof so we've got better insulation, and putting PV panels on so that the generated electricity from that can reduce the utility bills of the current residents, and have that as a prerequisite to forwarding this project.
Oh, thank you very much. All right. Hey, folks, it's the public hearing. This is my last my final kind of notice here. Folks, come on, put your virtual raised hand up. You want to. You're here for this item. Go ahead and get that blue hand up. I'm going to call on you. So here we go. Next up, we have Tiffany Voong.
Hello, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Nunez, Council Members Dominguez, Span, and Montano. My name is Tiffany Voong. My comment today is to echo what the Sunny Hills apartment.
All right, looks like your microphone. You want to unmute that thing? You might have just muted yourself. I'll give you start time back again. Give Tiffany back her time here. Tiffany, are you there? Okay, can't hear you. I know it's not my computer. Okay, well, Tiffany, why don't you work out your technical difficulties? Come back to us. Next up, we have Andre Kramer.
And since we're still in the pandemic,
Tiffany,
school children.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I think I'm having problems with the Zoom.
Yeah, once you start, do you have a secure line? I'll give you your time back. You can start over.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, let's run the clock.
All right. My name's Tiffany Voong. My comment today is to echo what the Sunny Hills apartment residents are saying. I think that before the construction of new units, the outdated infrastructure of the current apartments should be improved. For instance, the roofs and windows are not in good condition, and residents are calling for them to be replaced so that there's better insulation, and that would help with noise when the new construction does start. And because we're in a pandemic and it's worsening, it's likely that children will be learning from home. And in general, everyone would benefit from having a more quiet environment as construction goes on.
Yeah, okay, carry on, Tiffany. Yes.
So I just want to ask the city council to prioritize the well-being of the Sunny Hills apartment residents by requiring these changes to be made before new units are built.
Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go to Andre now. Andre.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, carry on.
Yes, I'm in favor of approving or adopting the resolution. I think we need more housing in this area. I think the plan that was presented to us is very well thought out, and I'm very much encouraging the city council to approve the resolution. Thank you.
Very well. Okay, I don't see any further new virtual raised hands, folks. I know we got some attendees here. If you'd like to comment, this is the public hearing. Going once. Let's see, we check the list to make sure here. Okay, Voltaire Montemayor, are you there, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I think this will supersede the problems before. Like we have the eviction. I'm saying the word moratorium, extension, and then now this is, for me, this is manna from heaven. It's for everybody, and it's good regardless of the word mitigated there. We should the approval and the need is through the city council, and the figures, the measurements, and other requirements will be resolved later. We have planning, engineering, and budget departments. So at that site, everybody will be benefited. And as I am a member of the Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association also, I can sense the need. So please help the people out there. Thank you. It's a good site. It's a good site. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. Okay, this is the public hearing, folks. If you'd like to speak, I'm going to need to see your virtual raised hand. If not, I will take another look. Going once, going twice for the public comment. And that's it with the public hearing. I got a motion to close the public hearing. Looking for a second.
Mayor Tran, before council does proceed with closing the public hearing, I think we just want to check in with the applicant to see if they want to rebut anything they've heard under public comment.
Okay, I didn't see the virtual raised hand, but we'll go to the karaoke. Yes.
Hi, thank you. So a couple things. The buildings were insulated by PG&E several years ago. They came in and insulated the windows and sprayed things in the ceiling roof area to help insulate them. We also are planning on redoing the roofs. So that should be done. Hopefully we're hoping this year, but next year if not. And also once the construction's over, we will be redoing all of the roads, which will be $500,000. And we also are only required to inspect these units once a year. Since it is an aging building, we do take it upon ourselves to inspect them twice a year. And for any issues we find, we do create work orders and maintain the property in a good working condition. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, good job.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Montano. All in favor of virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The public hearing has been closed. We're back up here at the virtual dais with your Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, and it's time for decisions to be made. First up with the virtual raised hand, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
So I apologize. That was left up from last time.
There you go.
Oh my goodness.
I
All right,
apologize.
next up here, we got Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Thank you for the nice presentation, Rosalind, and also to the applicant. I do like the fact that 15% are affordable units, and you will get that, I guess, what is it called? When you get a discount, there's a term, but I just can't remember what it's called.
Concession?
Subsidized.
Yeah, I forget. There's a term that we use whenever developers provide these 15% affordable units.
The set aside?
Yeah, some kind of discount, yeah.
You got us all baffled here. Come on.
Anyway, so the first question is 35-foot or 35 feet high buildings. Were the residents behind there informed, or is that what was going on there? Did you guys do some outreach on the Arizona side street?
Maybe go to the architect right now. Anthony, maybe you could tell us about the setback from the single family homes on Arizona and the actual new construction and the height of that new construction. Mr. Architect.
Sure, Mayor. As I can see here, looking at the
And if we
civil
could get the
drawings.
slide to come up from IT.
Sure, if I can share the screen with you. Okay.
I know we had seen something.
So, yeah, you can see the scale in here. This is a 24-foot drive aisle. And this is our distance from our building, which is the dash line right here. That's our building edge.
I can't see your cursor. Is there a cursor? Okay, there.
Let me use a line.
Yes.
And draw a line. Okay. So from their building to our building.
I see. Okay.
Can I see the line or?
Here to here.
Okay, I like how
disappear. Okay, it disappeared.
How many feet
okay.
is that? How many feet is
that? It looks to me, scale-wise, is about 3 times the drive aisle, so it's about 70 feet.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, our drive aisle is 24 feet, between the parking spaces, and you can see from the dash line all the way to their building is about 3 times of that. So I would say 70 feet roughly. And also those single family homes, they are allowed, if I'm correct, they are allowed build up to 30 feet to the peak of their roof anyway. And we're 35 and we're 70 feet back from them. So we believe that there's a very comfortable setback, not affecting their lights and any kind of solar capacity and all that. Especially we are to, not to the south. We're not blocking the sun from the south. So
okay.
And Mr. Ho, I'm gonna jump in. I'm taking it from Carmen. I'm sorry, really quick one. I'm really quick here, Carmen.
Okay.
And this is a good question. I'm just trying to add to your question, but I know there's existing structures behind those single family homes on Arizona. So this new structure would really be more of a setback, right? It would actually be further away than the existing structures, right?
Let me go to the other slide, which shows the existing.
Yeah, because I've been to a backyard party or two over there.
Yeah,
and I can remember looking over the fence, and I could see the existing structure pretty close.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, it's no less. That means we would be setting back even a little bit more than what the current building, the gray area is right now.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, Carmen. Carrie,
okay.
I'm sorry. You're gonna kill me, sir.
No, I like how you did explain, and I, for some reason, I thought it was going to be, the setback was going to be right there, right next to each other, but it's not. 70 feet is sufficient. So that takes me to a sound wall. How high is the sound wall going to be?
The sound wall.
Is there going to be a sound wall there?
It's not a sound wall, but is a property line fence between us, and it's usually 77 feet maximum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yes.
7 feet is good because, sometimes some developers built a 6 foot, 5 or 6 foot, and that's, people can just jump the fence, but 7 foot is a good, it's a good height. It's a good height.
Yeah.
Thank you. The other thing.
Yes, Rosalind, please, please.
So,
Thank you. Councilmember Montano. So the requirement is that a 6 foot masonry wall be constructed, and that is what's proposed with this. So it's not a sound wall, but it will be a masonry wall that is proposed to be constructed, and it will be 6 feet.
yeah, to me, it was the same sound wall, a masonry wall, but thank you for correcting me. It's not a sound wall, it's a masonry wall, but that's what I meant. So it's gonna be 6 feet.
Yes.
Is that 6 feet would be, yeah, that's a sufficient size, I think. Can people jump over that?
I can.
Can you?
No, I think that's about consistent with most of the city, right?
Is that standard? Rosalind, is that standard? That's
A 6 foot wall fence, that's standard in our residential neighborhoods, yes.
Okay. And I like the fact that it's going to be masonry, so that's good. And I do like the open space, Megan Cariatius and the owner. I do like how you're also making sure that there is some open space there. That's really great planning. Also, is there an effort to save any of those trees? Because growing up there in that area, the trees are part of our heritage. Was there any effort to try to save some of those older trees?
Some of the tree, is this muted?
No,
Some of the trees are actually too big for some of the building areas. Actually, not only putting new trees in, we're taking out, was it 44, and putting in 86 trees. We're putting much more color to the neighborhood, adding a little more character to the neighborhood. In addition, we're putting a lot of fruit trees, and that's going to be spread throughout the property in various areas to enhance it and actually bring food to the residents that live there. I'm kind of excited about that myself, but there's going to be a big change in color in the different types of trees throughout. The crepe Mertens, I think they're called, are just beautiful. So you're going to see a bigger splash to the neighborhood.
So a variety of different trees with different colors.
Plant color.
That's nice.
The interior designer, the landscape designer did a fabulous job on giving me a different variety of color and plants, which is what I wanted to achieve.
And there was a commenter that mentioned about the irrigation. You will have that irrigation system in place, right?
Well, actually, we've actually started January of this year and went from one end of the property to the other end of the property. This property was built in 1972, I think.
60s, yeah.
We've had to replace timers, pipes, and we went from one end of the property to the other in anticipation of what we're about to do. So we've already done what I call phase one on the landscaping to make the water more efficient. Having said that, we're going to be, in December, we're going to start putting the fruit trees in, and they're going to be adding more landscaping piping and things so those fruit trees can have more water during different times of the year. A little more complicated for me. The landscapers understand this better than I do, but there'll be more and the right kind of timers and pipes attached to the fruit trees. But there'll be, this is all going to be professionally done through landscapers, and it'll come out really nice.
Yeah, I like that added touch about the fruit trees, since that whole area was fruit trees and orchards. That's great. The other thing I wanted to give you kudos on is the color scheme. You're going to be using the same color schemes that complement the existing development there.
Yeah.
That's really good to see that. So it'll just complement that area. PG&E, you said that they insulated the older.
Yeah, many years ago, 6, 7 years ago, I can't remember how many years ago, but they had a program where they would come to the apartment buildings, and they gave us free refrigerators that are much more efficient. They gave us insulation throughout the roofs, the ceilings. They sealed the windows. They took out all the windows. We went out and bought all the doors had their mailboxes in it. So we put a separate area for mailboxes, and then put new doors in all the front doors prior to painting the building. We painted the complex 3 times already. And
no, I've been there, and it's very well kept. It's not neglected. It is well kept from what I can see. However, the devil is in the details. You know, someone had mentioned about double pane windows. Is there plans to?
There's no plans to redo the windows. They have been sealed. If we have a problem, they've been taken care of. It would cost millions of dollars to replace the windows and the sliding glass doors, and that's that's just really not in the budget. We're budgeting and putting new roofs in. The city's contributing $200,000. We're putting in about $300,000 or $400,000 more. But part of our plan is to replace all the roofs that we have not replaced. We've done about 5 buildings so far, and starting next month or in January, we'll start beginning doing all the remaining roofs. After the construction's over, then we're going to come back and redo all the roads. And we're going to patch and reseal those roads. Add those together, you're talking over $1 million in capital improvements just for the driveways and the roofs.
Okay.
So it's a huge amount of capital outlay.
Yes. So you said that they did insulate.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You did say that they insulated.
Oh, yes.
Insulated the
Yes.
windows.
Yes.
How many years ago was that?
I'm thinking 7 or 8, but to be honest with you, I'm getting old, and we have over 2,000 apartment units, and we just time passes quickly. So I'm guessing 7 or 8 years, but I can't tell you exactly the year that it was done. But it was done.
Okay, so that's it for all my questions for now. But so far so good. I do like that open space and the color schemes and the fruit trees. You're putting that in there. The plan for the new roofs. So making efforts, good efforts. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Montano, and I'll go next. First question is, are these units going to be for sale or for rent?
For rent.
Okay, I think that's great. So I'm going to be supporting your project, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know, right? And I'll tell you why. I'm just looking at it objectively, and I'm looking at what's best for Milpitas. And I know we've met before, Mr. Karyotis, way back, actually. Can't believe I'm still here, huh?
No, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while since we met, and even when I first met you years ago, you're just very a very nice person, and just meeting with you today here in this public meeting, I think what you've put forth is completely different from what I saw when I first met you. And what you have today is something that I really appreciate. The 15% affordable housing is key. The design, exterior, the architecture. You should, I look at every little detail, parking, setbacks, everything, heights, and this and that. So you're an architect. You got a good architect here in Mr. Ho. I'm very impressed by his work. I really am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There you are. No, I really am. And, I'm just, your effort, Mr. Karyotis, to really blend in with the existing Sunny Hills apartments, like Councilmember Montano said. that's huge. That's a commitment to Milpitas right there. And that is absolutely something that people, I think, will appreciate. Parking's just there, parking is more than there. You should be applauded for, making that commitment. Sometimes projects come in, they don't make that commitment. And so you did, and I appreciate that. The open space as well. You're not going to get me with the fruit plants. You're not going to get me with the fruit plants.
Yeah, because I love that.
But your architect was right. They try to preserve as much open space as possible, and I think looking at the numbers, it's close. And I'm surprised. But your architect, you kind of you told him what you wanted, and he went in there and he drew it up, and it's great. I want to thank Rosalind from our planning department for the excellent presentation. Just all my questions were answered. I do want to give you kudos right here, right now. Thank you. It helped, and our staff does great for our applicants, especially for these type of projects. So let me ask Rosalind, would you consider this a high density or like a medium density housing?
This is considered high density. The zoning is R3. Yeah.
Oh man, there goes my streak, huh? So this is the first high density project I've approved in 4 years.
Would you like to hear the city manager's opinion?
Yeah, let me ask the city manager. It's medium, right? It's medium.
I would say it's a little more, I think everything is relative. So possibly if you're comparing to single family, single family detached, it will look high, but I think on the scale of overall everything we have in Milpitas, it's probably on the lower end of medium.
I'm gonna call him. Thank you. I'm sticking with I've never done high density. I'm gonna call this one medium. I don't care what anybody says going forward. I'm gonna say this is a medium density. But 44 units isn't bad. And look at all the parking. That's the key here in this town is parking, and you got that. So that's it. I'm supporting this thing. This is Milpitas. I know our community will really appreciate this new building, and I know we're here for this project in itself, but I do have faith the Cariotis family will continue to make the effort as they have, and so I'll leave that at that. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, and thank you for continuing to work with our staff and the city of Milpitas. Your continued investment in the city. That's really important to us in the long term. Certainly a great benefit to the community. So I know government can be really slow to the extent that I've tried to expedite things. I have, but I know that it's always going to be a continued work in progress. And I'm glad that we have been able to get to this point right now. So as it regards the process, the project, I have a number of technical questions. I'm hoping Anthony can help answer. So for, well, first off, is this, are these your plans, Anthony? Your design? Or
Yes.
are you just presenting?
Yeah, we designed the addition, yes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
It's not what I'm used to seeing from your work, but I appreciate your work. In regards to the proximity to the existing buildings, as it relates to particularly building B, would you by any chance have a rendering from the the residents' perspective of how it will look from there?
Council member, you mean the building B, how building B looks like from the building next to it? Is that your question?
Yeah.
So let me go to building B right now.
Can we pull up the screen or?
Yeah, so I will share the screen right now. So this here is building B. This is building B. So, and the height and the length of the building is very similar to what the neighbor has. Neighbor, when I say neighbor, means the existing building there. We actually almost adopt the same floor plan as they have, the same height. So they'll be looking at a building similar to theirs. Right.
No, I get that. My question pertains more so in regards to just privacy, and if the existence of that building in that particular location, if it has any additional impact.
Sure.
Yeah, and also if there's any effect on, or if you found anything in your shadow study.
First of all, in terms of privacy, the building, the existing building has their front facing our front, and our backyard is away from their backyard. So in this picture here, even though you cannot see my cursor, but the faces that is close to each other are the front doors, whereas the private spaces is very far from each other. So we never have their backyard against our backyard. So that takes care of the concern for privacy, I hope. In terms of lights, we are, I'll zoom out here, I'll go back to a plan that has the north arrow. So as you can see, the north is pointing to the left a little bit, to the upper part of the left. And so if I zoom in here, these are the two existing buildings. So our building, we are not really directly blocking it because we have slide our building slightly, away from them. So there are certain part that is more overlap, but we try not to overlap it as much as possible. Right.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's not that bad.
And also, council member, want to also add to the fact that when we design these buildings, the end units of our new building is only 1 story. So the building always tapers down at the end. And so even though it's a 7 module building, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 module building, only 5 are 2 story. The end ones are 1 story. So we really limit the massing in that aspect.
The trees that are presented here, are those the new trees or existing trees?
They are let me go to our tree plan. So I will share with you the existing, it's called the existing tree inventory plan. And I'm going to put it on the screen now. Okay, so these, what you just saw there, those are actually not really accurate depiction. These are the accurate depiction of the exact tree locations. So what we end up doing is that we will, this is our landscape plan. So we will actually replant many of them just to make sure that they are not interfering with the construction and somewhere in the middle of somebody's backyard. And so, yeah. So that's why Rosalind presented in the beginning that we are replacing quite a number of trees.
Okay. And at what stage do you intend to go on with that process, or rather, when can residents sort of expect the tree removal and replacement to take place?
Usually we do not remove them until we start construction and start the rough grading. So right now we haven't really begun our construction document process. And so to finish that and finish plan check, at least it'll be a year away from now, or close to a year, maybe 9 months, 10 months from now. Then we'll start the grading process, and that's when the trees might have to come down.
But in between, in between all this, we're installing the fruit trees in other areas starting next month.
Oh,
So
next
some
month.
of these trees are actually going to start being installed outside the development area.
Okay.
In the other 8 areas, the other 8 smaller areas.
I'm okay with the trees being put in, at really any point in time. For me, it's more so the trees that are going to be taken out. I think it would be helpful to kind of get a good idea as to when to expect that. Earlier, I think it was mentioned that after the grading is taking place, is that is that generally the case, or is this
generally the landscaping is done at the end, but we're going to phase some of this in. So the area of development that's not taking place, we're going to be taking out, I think, 2 trees around where we're going to put the kids park, and we're going to install the kids park because it's in an area that is not affected by development. So we're going to be doing some of this peripheral stuff, starting in the next few months. And as quick as we can order the kids park, we'll probably do that area first. And that area, even though it's part of our development project, it's not on the construction side of the buildings. So some of this work is going to be done, and I'm going to be focusing in the spring on the peripheral areas on landscaping.
Is that
but landscape is generally done at the end when you're about to clean off the land and start putting your foundations in, and so that work the trees are taken out before then, before you put the sewer lines and everything else in.
Is that an operational choice, or is that set defined in the conditions of approval?
Well, it's probably both, because it's functional. Okay. You have to take the trees out before you can, prepare the pads. Before you prepare the pads, you got to put your sewer in, your roads in, and it's done step by step during construction. So taking out the trees in certain areas will be done first. They'll scrape the land. Okay. It'll be all part of the permit process.
Okay, that's helpful. For the environmental element of it, is this going through negative mitigation, or are you guys doing an EIR?
Hi, Councilmember Fan. So what's been prepared is an initial study, mitigated negative declaration.
Okay.
The conclusion, and we have Matthew Wiswell from LSA, is that there are some areas that could be potentially significant, but mitigated to less than significant level with mitigations.
Yeah.
And also a
No, that's fine.
mitigation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I just have a few questions that can be answered without an EIR. For is there a presence of, or a risk of asbestos present for the buildings that will need to be demolished?
I don't think so. That'll be verified by the contractor when we hire one.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that if that's the case, that efforts are going to be made to mitigate that.
Of course.
Can you elaborate on your expectations of the dust and noise impact from that's may occur from the infill construction process?
Sure, Councilmember Fan. We have Matthew Wiswell from LSA, and in some, there are mitigation measures for both, and he can elaborate on them. Matthew, are you here?
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening. This is Matthew Wiswell from LSA. Yeah, as Rosalind mentioned, we have mitigation measures for both air quality and noise. For air quality, we have two actually. The first one being standard dust control measures that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District sets for almost every construction project throughout the Bay Area. There's a list of probably 8 or 9 different bullets that applicants have to implement to control dust on the project site to make sure that doesn't escape. And that includes things like watering loose soils on a regular basis, or finishing the building pads and any construction activities that could involve loose soil as soon as possible, things of that nature. And the second one is more related to emissions, and that would be because of this is an infill project and construction would occur close to other existing residential units, the applicant's required to use a higher level of let's say a less intense emissions generating construction equipment that's certified by the California Air Resources Board. So they have a number of tiers. This project requires, I believe, tier 3. And then for noise, the city sets standards in the municipal code for when construction is allowed, as is the hours. And so the project applicant will be required to follow that.
Thank you. I get that it's incredibly difficult to mitigate completely the concerns that I mentioned earlier, just because of the project's status as a infill project. But for me, the mitigation measures that are put into place, I think I would feel more comfortable in lieu of that, even for the current, the existing windows to just be replaced.
Where's the money going to come from?
Sure. So what did you say the estimate was?
Oh, we mean the millions of dollars.
Yeah.
You know, it isn't just about, if you take windows out, you end up redoing the sheetrock of the inside of the units. You end up sealing the stucco on the outside of the buildings. It's not a simple project to replace windows. And those windows all have sliding glass doors in the back of the buildings. And you're talking about millions of dollars to do that.
I want to interject a little bit here. I just want to focus on the agenda item. I understand the concern and I totally understand it, but I do want to redirect the discussion on the project. And I hope I'm not asking for too much from my council. So just
no, I understand that.
You know, our agenda and please.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But because that the risk that the current project at hand can place on existing residents, that's why I'm trying to find a resolution here. And so no, I get the cost factor, and I don't think you should be paying for that by yourself. That's certain, like on the cities, and you know, I want this to be a partnership, and we have contributed in the past. 2.5 million in terms of a span of 10 years, 250,000 a year.
5 years.
Oh, I'm sorry, 5 years. Okay, well, you know, it's not off the table for on our end, at least for me to support mitigation measures that would positively affect residents' quality of life here. So those are my thoughts. Ultimately, I'll support the project, but I do hope that you're mindful of the impact on the existing community. I'm sure you are, and you'll work towards mitigating those efforts to the extent that you can. At the end of the day, we want a project that everybody can you know, be proud of. So
I will deliver that.
Thank you.
Very well, everyone. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let me first put my hand down so you don't call me again next time by leaving it up.
I'll always call on you, sir.
I know. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so first, my questions are mostly going to be for our own staff, but I do want to congratulate Megan on her promotion. I'm looking at your title there and it says owner. And so, John, I think that was a wise move, promoting her. So I just wanted to say congratulations, Megan.
I think Mr. Kariotis has always worked for Megan.
That's what I'm thinking too. You know, I just wanted to say it's nice that you put it in writing. So if you could go to the recommendations, I don't know, whoever wants to be able to answer the question, that I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendation. I think it's really great that we're going to be adding some new stock there. I think what you're doing is really great. my only questions really are with regard to staff. I bet you think I can read that. It's a bit, I'm not sure what that is. See, adopt.
I have it here in print. I could also read it off, but.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only question I had really is, we made the steady mitigated negative declaration, the tree removal. So we made a couple of exceptions. That's just my way of saying it. And so if you could just quickly walk me through why staff with those made the recommendation they did, I'd feel a little more comfortable. And so Ned, I don't know who you want to answer that. It could be Steve if you wanted to send it there, Ned, but anybody you want.
Oh, I'm good. Steve, if you have any comments on that, or we also have our CEQA consultant on board.
Go ahead, go ahead, Ned.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you clarify the question?
Well, so most persons would say, well, this was approved, but you had to make 2, 3, or 4 exceptions. And I'd like to be able to say, well, the reasons the staff made the recommendation that they did, even with the exceptions, was blank. And so you felt comfortable making the exception for the trees. So just the 2 or 3 that I see there, which they don't concern me. So my question is, is it okay that I'm not concerned? Is there something in there that you believe that we should be aware of, or something of that sort? That's all I'm really looking for.
Oh, I understand. Thank you very much for the clarification. So really the part I believe you're asking about is under it's referred to as the Planned Unit Development Amendment. And there's really 2 parts of that. And one of the first things we learn in planning school is that a planned unit development is really a tool within the zoning ordinance to allow better development, better site design. So in this case, what we're getting from the planned unit development is really an extension, or as we call it, an infill addition to the existing project. And we have to amend the PUD because essentially when it was approved back in 1968, all of the design of the site was hard baked into that site. And what that means is all of the location of the buildings, the location and the size of the open space, all of that was established. And so now because we're changing that, we're adding buildings where there currently is open space. The first change that's being made is we are removing that open space. I would actually say that we're reconfiguring the open space because, as you saw from some of the exhibits that were in Rosalind's presentation as well as the applicant's presentation, is there still is quite a bit of open space. We just don't have a large open space next to the leasing office the way that it's arranged now. So again, going back to we're getting what you could argue is a better site design, or we're providing infill in an area that is currently designated for open space. So that because it's a change to the way it was approved in 1968, we have to do an amendment to that. The other item is relatively minor. We did go back and forth, to be honest, we did go back and forth quite a bit with the applicant on this relatively minor item, but it's the dimensions of the parking stalls. And our standard parking stall now is, you might have to help me, Rosalind, I always get it wrong, 9 by 20, is that correct?
10 by 20.
Sorry, I knew I'd get it right. 10 by 20. They're asking for a little bit smaller than that, but it's allowed within our ordinance. We allow, and this is the argument that the applicant made, that we allow the smaller dimensions within a parking stall in a typical parking garage. So it's not unusual to have a little bit smaller dimension. And then I think the clincher on that is that all of the other parking stalls across the entire site of the existing project are smaller dimensions. So it's consistent with what's there now. So those are really the two changes, a removal, or if you want, the reconfiguration of open space, and then a smaller parking dimension. And because of that, we have to have an amendment to the PUD to allow those two changes. And again, that falls under the idea of having a little bit better or more sensitive site design.
Okay. And after this, would the city consider that that site now is built out, or is there still available space?
For what's there now, I think this infill project pretty much fills in the available space. I will say, we're not making a change to the underlying land use designation for this site in the new general plan. It will stay high density residential, and the zoning there. I'll be honest, it will allow both the general plan designation and the zoning will allow for higher density development here. But unless the entire site is redeveloped, then I think you can consider that there is no more available space for additional units on this site under the current configuration, the current PUD.
Okay, thank you very much. And I also heard Chris say at the beginning what we're able to talk about here, but I don't believe this kind of investment lends itself to doing anything other than moving ahead. And I think both John and Megan have shown to be good partners with the city of Milpitas, and I expect that to go on for the foreseeable future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic, Vice Mayor. And I will look to my council to see if there's any other requests to speak on the project. And if I don't see any virtual raised hands, I really would love to go to adopting a resolution here. And so let me check in with our city attorney, Christopher Diaz. Anything else, Chris, before I make a motion?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor. No, at this point, I think we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from the public. The council has deliberated and asked very smart questions. And I think at this point, we're just waiting for a motion to adopt the resolution that's in your agenda packet.
Fantastic. Councilmember Fan, what was that?
I was just saying I'll move approval.
All right, I'll second you. So virtual roll call here. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Montano.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nunez.
Aye.
And myself is an aye, and the motion is carried, and the resolution has been adopted to the Karyotis family business. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And to a great future. Yes.
We'll make you proud.
Yeah, thank you. That means
I have no doubt.
Yeah, and I want to go one more round. I want to thank Anthony Ho.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Really, call it a strong performer. And then Rosalind, again, thank you for the presentation. We'll squeeze you in there too, Ned. Okay, we'll squeeze you in there. And, I'm glad that.
No, I want to thank Rosalind and Ned. They worked on this for years and a lot of hard work. And I just want to say thank you for everybody for their support.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, what tough times, but there's still some things in life we can take some happiness for, and so we'll take whatever we can get. Okay, great. We're moving on here. Karyotis family, see you later. And we're gonna go to item number 3. Item number 3 was pulled, and let's get to it. Okay, we're gonna go straight to staff here, and we have Mr. Erickson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm pleased to present the recommendation for award of a construction contract for Fire Station number 2, project number 3447. Next slide, please. So the agenda that we'll go through is basically a little background on the project. It's been a long road to get to where we are tonight. Analysis of the bids that were received. A bid protest submitted by C. Overa and Company, which was the second low bidder. Also, review an advisory letter that was submitted by the Carpenters Union, Local 405. Item number 5 would be to mention the change order contingency for this project during construction, as well as a design services agreement amendment to get us through the construction phase. And lastly would be the recommendation. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, it's been a long road to get here. The 2020 to 2025 capital improvement program includes project 3447 for the replacement of fire station number 2. Station 2 was originally constructed in 1968 and has reached the end of its service life. Suffered a lot of repairs and maintenance problems over the last 10-15 years. So it's time to remove it. The city hired Shaw Kawasaki Architects, SKA. They were awarded the contract for the design services in the amount of $913,000 and change on December 2018. The council also approved the plans and specifications for the project and authorized advertisement of the bidder pre-qualification package last January 7th, 2020. The council approved the list of pre-qualified bidders on March 3rd, 2020. So the 4 pre-qualified bidders are the only bidders who are allowed to submit a bid for the project. Next slide, please. So the new station, it's going to be a 10,300 square foot station located on the same site as the original. By comparison, the original fire station was just over 6,000 square feet, so almost double in size. The new station will be designed to the current building and fire code requirements for an essential facility. It will include 3 fire equipment bays, dorm rooms, day room, kitchen, site improvements, and a community meeting room that would be available for public use. Fire staff were relocated to a leased temporary facility just down the street last July, and the existing building has already been demolished and the site is prepared for new construction. Next slide, please. So it's a quick shot of what the new station would look like at the intersection of Park Victoria Drive and Yosemite Drive. Next slide, please. Kind of the interior layout of what the new station would look like. The area in green there at the lower left of your screen would be the community room, which would be available for public use, meetings, etc. Next slide, please. And the site plan. Next slide. So the project was advertised on July 24th through July 31, and bid opening was on September 10th, 2020. Bid proposals were received from 4 pre-qualified bidders, and they ranged from $7.6 million to just over $10 million. The engineer's estimate was $10.8 million. The lowest responsive bid was submitted by Salzel Corporation, with a bid price that was lower than the engineer's estimate by about $3.1 million or 29%. The Salzel bid did include several minor deviations, which were reviewed by the city attorney and determined to be immaterial and are therefore recommended to be waived. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of the bids received. Again, Salzel Corporation was the apparent low bidder at a bid of $7,638,200. Next slide, please. So one bid protest was received from C. Overa and Company, and it was received on September 14th, 2020. C. Overa was the second low bidder at approximately almost $1 million more. The protest was reviewed by the city attorney's office and determined to be meritless and recommended to be rejected by the city council. Next slide, please. So to summarize the bid protest, item number 1 of the protest claimed that Salzel failed to list a subcontractor for the bituminous membrane roofing work that is over 0.5% of the total bid price. The public contract code only requires a bidder to list subcontractors performing any work in excess of 0.5% of the total bid. If a subcontractor is not listed for any trade in excess of the 0.5% threshold, the public contract code requires the bidder to self-perform the work. In this case, Saucel submitted a letter intending to self-perform the bituminous membrane roofing work. So in conclusion, this particular claim item has no merit as Saucel does intend to perform the work as allowed by the public contract code. Next slide, please. Item number 2. The claim was that Saucel failed to provide a notary acknowledgement of Saucel's signature on the bid bond. In review of this, the finding is that the bid bond is signed by the company's president on behalf of Saucel Corporation, and there's no dispute or disagreement as to who did sign the bond. The surety also signed the bid bond and provided a notary acknowledgement as well as an original attorney-in-fact certificate. The bid bond is fully enforceable and thus guarantees that Saucel Corporation will execute the construction contract. In conclusion, the city attorney has determined this is an immaterial deviation and it should be waived. Next slide, please. Item number 3. Claim that Saucel listed 2 separate subcontractors for the same item of work. In review of this, nothing in the bid package suggests that 2 contractors were listed for the same item of work. A subcontractor, which is Concrete Builders, provided Saucel incorrect license information prior to submitting the bid package. Upon once discovered, Saucel did submit a letter that corrected this. The city attorney again has reviewed this issue and determined it as immaterial and it should be waived. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, the union, Local 405, had submitted a bid advisory letter. And that was received on September 15th, 2020, requesting the city council to conduct an inquiry of Saucel's qualifications. Just a note, a union has no legal standing in determining the outcome of the public bid process. The letter from the union was sent to Saucel, which provided a written response on September 21. The city attorney reviewed the letter from the union as well as the response from Saucel and has determined the issues raised by the union are minor, inconsequential, and no further action is required. Next slide, please. Item number 1 raised in the union's letter is a claim that Saucel's bid is unrealistically low, could be inaccurate, and may be in violation of the California Labor Code and prevailing wage law. Upon review of this claim, Saucel was provided an opportunity to withdraw its bid under the Public Contract Code if a bid error was found. Contract documents require the contractor to comply with all applicable prevailing wage laws and labor codes, and there are mechanisms in place for the city to ensure compliance with these laws. In the past 5 years, Saucel Corporation has not been required to pay back wages or penalties for failure to comply with any of these codes and laws. In conclusion of this item, Saucel's bid has been reviewed and determined to be satisfactory, and no further action is required on this issue. Next slide, please. Item 2, the claim that Saucel failed to disclose civil wage and penalty assessments issued by the State Division of Labor Standards and Enforcement. Upon review of this, a review of the matter determined that wage penalty assessments were not issued against Saucel Corporation, but past subcontractors used on other projects. Subcontractors mentioned in the claim are not listed for our particular project, which is the fire station. One claim involved a project that was completed in 2014, more than 5 years ago, and other matter was dismissed by the hearing officer. So Saucel was not required to disclose these claims in the fire station bid package. In review or conclusion of this, Saucel's bid has been reviewed and determined to be satisfactory, and no further action is required. Next slide, please. Item 3, the claim of potential failure to screen subcontractor Tri-Valley Excavating. Upon review, the contractor's license board database shows pending disciplinary action against Tri-Valley Excavating. Staff reviewed the issue and determined that the action was resolved actually in 2017. But however, by law, the contractor license board is required to continue to post a pending disciplinary action for at least 5 years, even if the issue has been resolved. So in conclusion, staff determined no further action is required in response to this matter as well. Next slide, please. Item 4, the union claimed that Sawzell has a history of litigation. Staff reviewed this and determined there were 2 lawsuits were filed by subcontractors in 2014 and 15 against Sawzell for failure to pay. One of the lawsuits, the public entity, which was the project owner, rejected the claim by the subcontractor, and the other lawsuit was dismissed. The lawsuits were not within the past 5 years. Sawzell was not required to disclose these to the city as part of its pre-qualification package. In conclusion, city staff reviewed Sawzell's history of litigation and determined it complied with the bid pre-qualification requirements for our project, and we are comfortable moving forward with Sawzell Corporation. Next slide, please. Item 5. Claim that Sawzell has a history of delays and defects on past school and college projects in 2014 and 16. In review of this, staff completed the background and reference checks on Sawzell and determined the project owners approved contract time extension requests, which are not the same as delays. Projects completed without claims, litigations, or these projects were completed without claims, litigation, or liquidated damages. Construction delays are not unusual as a result of design changes or unforeseen conditions. So construction defects mentioned were actually determined to be design-related issues on these particular projects, and they were not the fault of Sawzell or their quality of work. So in conclusion, staff determined no further action is required on this particular item number 5. Next slide, please. Item number 6, the alleged serious OSHA violations committed by Sawzell Corporation in 2016. Staff reviewed and determined that violations were categorized as other or not serious. In the past 5 years, Sawzell has not been assessed any serious, willful, or repeat violations by California or federal OSHA. In 2019-20, Sawzell had an experience modification rate, or which is EMR, of 0.64, which is less than the industry average of 1.0. Anything below 1 is considered safer than average for a project. So again, staff has determined that no further action is required on this particular allegation. Next slide, please. So in conclusion of the protest issues I just went through, the allegations raised in the Cio Vera and Company bid protest have been determined to be meritless. The allegations presented in the union advisory letter have also been reviewed and determined to be without merit. There's no legal reason not to award the construction contract to the parent low bidder, which is Sawzell Corporation. Delaying the award of the construction contract will cause an estimated 1-year delay in the schedule and will result in an estimated additional cost reaching $1 million or more. It's also important to note that in response to the fiscal downturn caused by the pandemic, the council approved the deferral of various capital projects to increase the fund balance in the general government CIP fund by $4.1 million. The intent of this fiscal strategy was to have sufficient funds available for unknown future urgent capital projects to address health and safety issues or return a potential or return a portion of the fund balance back to the general fund to address general fund shortfalls. So delaying the project would actually be contrary to this this important decision that was made previously. Next slide, please. So our construction budget, so we have available funds in the project of just about $12.1 million. Based on the low bid submitted by Salzo Corporation, which is the construction contract cost there of $7.6 million. We have 15% construction contingencies being recommended to address unforeseen construction issues. We have administration and inspection costs shown. We're also recommending an amendment to the design agreement to assist staff during construction. So the total estimated construction cost moving forward at this point is $9.5 million. No additional appropriation is required to award the construction contract to Salzo Corporation. However, the approval of a budget amendment for the project is recommended to align the lease revenue bonds proceeds with the Salzo bid price, which is a reduction of $3.4 million. Next slide, please. So construction schedule. So here we are tonight, November, award of the contract. Based on an award tonight would be looking at starting construction toward the end of December with the completion of the project spring of 2022. The first significant milestone that we really need to move forward on is to enclose the structure by next winter, which is 2021. That's basically get a roof over the building so interior work can continue. Next slide, please. There is a construction contract change order policy that staff recommends. We're recommending a change order contingency for this fire station project to ensure that the project is successfully completed on time. The contingency allows staff to respond swiftly to unforeseen construction conditions and approve necessary change orders in order to limit delays, potential claims, and risk to the city. The recommended construction contingency for this project is $1.2 million, which is 15% of the total contract value. Next slide. So there's several recommendations before you. The first one would be to reject the bid protest from CO Vera & Company. 2, waive immaterial bid deviations in Salzo Corporation's bid. Award a construction contract to the lowest responsible bidder submitting a responsive bid, which is Salzo Corporation, in the amount of $7.638,200. 4, authorize the city manager to execute the construction contract with Salzo. And 5, authorize the engineering director, city engineer, to negotiate and execute contract change orders in an aggregate amount not to exceed $1.2 million. 6, approve and authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 1 to the design services agreement with SKA to increase compensation by $75,000. This allows SKA to provide assistance to staff during construction. And last would be to approve a budget amendment for fire station number 2 replacement project number 3447 by reducing lease revenue bond proceeds and construction costs by $3.4 million. This concludes the presentation. Staff would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erickson. And how we're going to do it is we're going to go to public comment, get all the public comment, and then bring it back to the council for a decision. And so first up for the virtual raise hand, folks, if you're here for agenda item number 3 tonight, you're in the right place at the right time. A little late in the evening, but the right time. And so we're going to do 1 minute per person. Public comment. Here we go. First up, Rick Solis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hey, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rick Solis with Carpenters Local 405, representing roughly 4,500 members living in Santa Clara and San Benito counties. I'm here tonight to speak against the staff recommendation to reject the bid protest by Overa Construction and award the bid to Saucil Corporation. The protest filed by Overa stated that Saucil's bid should be deemed non-responsive for the fact that Saucil failed to list a roofing contractor, giving them the opportunity to shop for the cheapest roofing bid, an action that is illegal based on state licensing laws and the project's bid specifications, or perform a specialty scope that they are not qualified to perform, setting the project up for prospective problems with the roof. Furthermore, my organization sent a bid advisory letter highlighting the discrepancies, and it looks like I'm running out of time, but by awarding the project to an unresponsive bidder such as Saucel, the city is gambling with its integrity by not following the state's or their own bidding rules. And I urge the council to accept the bid protest by OVRA and award actual.
Thank you very much. Next up, Voltaire Montemayor. Come on now, Voltaire Montemayor. We got to keep this thing moving here. I know you're there. Unmute your microphone. Unmute your microphone. Okay, we're going to keep you parked there. We're going to keep him parked. Next up, Uvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you very much, Mayor Rich Tran, and as well as city council members, city staff. Certainly having a new fire station would be helpful to the city of Milpitas, but few things, to consider. That as an old fire station, they have a wooden gates versus the new fire station. For example, the city of Sunnyvale, they have a fire station at the within the District 5, which is a new fire station having hydraulic doors, and as well as they have a conference, training room, sitting arrangement, and the officers a resting area as well. So I request City Council to consider consider the facility to be facility improvements for the city of Milpitas. Thank you very much.
All right, back to Voltaire Montemayor. Are you there, sir? If you are there, I do see your virtual raised hand, and that's for this public comment on this agenda item. I do want to call Voltaire Montemayor. Are you there? You have your virtual raised hand up. Please join us. Unmute your microphone. Are you there? Are you okay? Do you need to call your wife? Are you there at the computer at home? Where are you, Mr. Montemayor? Okay, sir, I've given you plenty, and hopefully you come back to us. But public comment continues. Anybody else here for public comment for item number 3? Okay, that's it for public comment. Thank you very much, folks, bringing it back up to the virtual dais. I definitely in support of staff's recommendations for item number 3 for so many reasons. There's a lot to talk about, a lot of dynamics, but I think decisions that we make now during this pandemic should be very mindful of our budget. I cannot believe, what's the company called? Saucel Corporation. They're not perfect. I cannot believe it. I would like to see OVRA's history as well. But it appears that our staff's work into the concerns have all been, I guess, kind of relieved in some sorts with the concerns of Saucel. And I'm satisfied with kind of our staff's investigation, if we may, into those concerns. So I don't want to look at it like between two different companies, trying to match them up who's more perfect. I don't think that's the way to look at it. But one way I am going to look at is the fiscal impact, and there's nearly $1 million difference there. We have 5 years worth of over $300 million in capital improvement projects, and all that's on the back burner. All those projects are being parked. We don't have the money. We have no money. And as much as I appreciate labor unions, I think we're at a critical juncture in our city, and this is a critical project. This is our public safety. We really need to be rolling on all cylinders here to get this project done. A lot of traffic over there on that corner off Yosemite, and people are watching, and they definitely don't want to see any delays or overspending. Nearly $1 million difference. That makes a difference for me. If there was a smaller difference in between the costs, maybe I would consider it more, but I'm being very objective here. And nearly $1 million in CIP, that money is really needed in different places. And that's needless to say, the list of places in town. But let me go over it. Okay, that's all I got to say. It's simple as that. You know, I'm not gonna. I'm a changed man, and I'm gonna be hooting and hollering about every penny from here on out. We don't have any more money like that. Next up, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. If we could put up, I'm trying to think like the last 4 or 5 slides, and I'm just going to sort of walk through. I have just some questions about those. Okay, let's see. Right there. Let's see. Okay. So starting from there, I noticed that all of those before that, in the conclusions, it stated that the city attorney determined blank, blank, blank. And starting with these, it said staff. So was that all internal staff, Steve? Was that, did we go out and get a consultant to look at these, or does that include our city attorney, Chris?
It did. So the engineering staff and VBK, or Chris's group, worked together to review not only the protest from CO Vera, but also the union letter.
Okay, so Chris, in all of these conclusions, I can assume that this include you're agreeing with the recommendations.
Correct, Vice Mayor. And what you're really seeing is, I think, a distinction between the city attorney's kind of conclusion on the prior slides, really because that was a legal-based protest. And so we wanted to look at it from that legal perspective. But these latter slides that you're seeing, where it's basically including just staff, this was an advisory letter that came from the union. And so staff looked at that as a whole. We obviously looked at it also from a legal perspective. But yes, staff looked at it from, is there truly a concern there with this contractor, and should we look closer? And so that's why you see staff on these slides. I do want to add, for the council's benefit, that we do have Kevin Wang of my office, of the city attorney's office. He is my go-to expert on public construction issues. So if there's any more in-depth legal questions, he's more than happy to jump in and kind of provide some guidance to the council.
Okay. So then go to the next. I'm looking for the one that showed all of the persons that put a bid in. Well, I'm sorry, I apologize. It's going the other way now. Okay. So if the estimate was 10.83, if you're asking for the ability to include, or the ability to sign off on, is it 1.2 million? Steve?
Correct.
Is that one of the recommendations?
Yeah, so if we actually could go forward a little bit, I could show you the budget.
Sure.
Actually, we're going to pass the protest items.
Okay.
I
apologize.
Whoa. Back up.
Okay.
All right, there we are. So down here in the second part, summary of estimated construction costs. So you have the low bid there of 7.6, and then the 15% construction contingency amount of the 1.2 is shown. And again,
So
that is, I was going to say that's just to address any potential unforeseen construction, conditions that could arise. We could get lucky and have zero.
And is that something, that 15% you would have put in on whoever won the bid?
Yes. Generally, it's somewhere between 10 and 20%. So it's, basically when we look at a project in engineering, we're going to try to see what's our comfort letter for the unforeseen conditions. In this case, we've already demoed the site. For instance, the old building's gone. We've investigated the soil out there, determined that there's no problems with that. So we're feeling confident to kind of reduce that contingency level down. So 15% is reasonable for a new building. things always come up. I did the library in 2009. Things happened. So it's best to go forward with a healthy contingency.
Okay. If the difference is almost the contingency between the two bidders, correct?
Yes.
8 points up. Yeah.
Yeah. Between the first and second low, it's like 8 something, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to, and maybe you need help me. I'm trying to figure out if we went solely on, when you go solely on the lowest bidder, this is what you get, correct?
I'm not sure what your question is. We're required to award to the lowest responsible bidder.
Right. And so if you go back to, I was trying not to have you go all the way back to that other page, but if you go back to that, right there. In government agencies, when you say we're going to give it to the lowest responsible bidder, you just pick the lowest number because we had persons pre-qualify. So my question would have been, help me understand, should some of these questions been asked during the pre-qualification process?
Which questions?
About the ability of SASL, about their lawsuits and about the judgments and things of that sort.
Those questions were asked in the pre-qualification package.
Okay. And at that point, the answers to those questions were such that you allowed them to become one of the bidders, and then you did it a second time after. I'm just trying to get this in my head. A second time when the questions came again. Is that true?
So they responded to the pre-qual package, and based on the responses and reference checks, they were determined to be allowed to be pre-qualified to submit a bid, which they did. Once we received the protest letter, then we reviewed the claims in those letters from not only interviews with other public agencies that Sazal worked for, but also looked into a little more depth of the claims. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so not only did staff look into it, but so I'm coming back to you, Chris. We had both staff and the city attorney's office both come to the same conclusion, correct?
On the legal response, yes. And then I think staff looked more in depth at the qualifications of SASL and felt comfortable with what moving forward, essentially with what they understood. And on the litigation question, just to note, and Steve or Kevin can clarify this, I don't know if it's part of the pre-qual documents or it was actually part of the bid documents, but the requirement was that they disclose litigation or lawsuits, my understanding, in the past 5 years. And the litigation that has been brought up is outside of that 5-year window.
Okay. So I just have 2 more questions. One is, and I can't remember if it was litigation or just that through one of the state departments where there was something brought forward against them. They came to some kind of understanding, but it shows as pending still, even though it's actually completed. Correct? Is that what you said, Steve?
Correct. So the item was remedied, but it still shows on the website that it's a pending item, and apparently it's required to be shown that way for a 5-year period.
If you had seen it, if it had proven to still be pending, though, would that have had any major impact on your decision? Would it change your mind on your recommendation?
If it was an item that came up during the pre-qualification statement, meaning that the response to the question would not be a pass, then they probably would not have been pre-qualified.
Okay. Okay. And then lastly, the statement that was made, which is the shopping of the roofing, which was probably a bit more than above, well, at least above me, my knowledge. If somebody says in that contract that they are going to do a certain kind of work, do we hold them to that, or are they allowed after the signing and awarding of the contract, allowed to change that and then subcontract it out or something of that sort?
It depends, but I'd like Chris to kind of weigh on that because there's different parts of that question there.
Okay.
It's a great question, Vice Mayor. And Kevin Wang of my office is on the line, so he'll respond to the question.
Okay.
Sure. Thanks, Chris. Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Nunez, honorable council members. To address your question, Vice Mayor Nunez, so I want to go back real quickly to your one of your questions or your previous question to Steve about the CSLB issue. I just want to clarify that CSLB issue doesn't arise out of Sausal's actions. It arises out of one of their listed subcontractors. And so the pre-qualification process that the city went through involves specifically Sausal. And so they would have only been required to report disciplinary issues related to their license, not a subcontractor that they may or may not have known that they were going to use at that point. So just clarifying on that.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
No problem. And then separately to address your questions about subcontractor substitution issues and then just generally California subcontracting laws. I think it's important to understand that the purpose of the Subletting and Subcontracting Fair Practices Act, which is the California law that addresses subcontractor listing on public works projects, is intended to basically preclude prime contractors or prime bidders from engaging in bid shopping, bid peddling, which is ultimately the public policy. There's obviously a public policy against that. So with that in mind, those laws preclude bidders from basically engaging a subcontractor post-bid if the subcontract amount is going to be in excess of 0.5% of the total value of the bid. And so my understanding is the roofing work is in excess of 0.5% of the total value of the bid. So it's going to be more than 0.5% of the $7.2 million bid. And so if Sausal wanted to use a subcontractor for that work, they would have had to list that subcontractor as part of their bid. They did not do that, which means that they are obligated by law to self-perform that work. So there will be no opportunity for them to engage in bid peddling. And ultimately, I think that's, from a legal perspective, the reason why we are ultimately concluding that it's a meritless claim under the bid protest.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I think this is a pretty good example as to why the process that we have in place is inadequate, and really why I am advocating for a responsible construction ordinance to correct some of the systemic flaws here. Ultimately, I understand for the most part a lot of the legal responses. However, there are a number of discrepancies that I would like to bring up that I am not sure why was not brought up before. Perhaps it was not brought to our attention in our fact-finding process, in our in our vetting and due diligence, but they are troubling for me enough to raise during this public hearing. Public meeting. So one of my biggest concerns as it relates to Sausal's claim that they would be the primary bidder, the primary, the prime contractor and in performing the roofing services, is that they don't meet the requirements in possessing the appropriate licensing. So they hold a general building contractor license. However, they don't actually hold a specialty C39 roofing license. And so that adds towards my concern about their ability to carry out the services by themselves, in addition to their previous history of misrepresenting their ability to perform services. So as recent as September 2020, Redwood City School District had disputed the contract obligations of Saucil in performing glazing work. Saucil did not provide the school district did not list a subcontractor. They said that they would do the work. And what ended up happening was they didn't. And they used a subcontractor with an unlisted glazing subcontractor. That should have came up. And this is a few months ago. It's not that long ago. But on top of that, it wasn't just that. It was the district had a hearing on the matter to consider canceling the contract with Saucil and or assessing penalties against Saucil. That should be enough concern for it to not move forward as a qualified bidder. However, there's even more concerns to add on top of that. So I understand that for situations where it has passed the disclosure requirements in regards to wage and penalty assessments, I get that. However, and that pertain to subcontractors under Saucil, that liability was to those subcontractors. However, there are two civil wage and penalty assessments that indicate Saucil was actually jointly and severally liable. So they are tied to those subcontractors in those circumstances, in that scenario. And that's concerning. The disclosure, their willful negligence of disclosing these requirements are concerning and potentially illegal as it pertains to our wage theft ordinance. Ultimately, when it comes down to the finances, Vice Mayor Nunez brings up a good point in terms of that difference between Saucil and the next lowest qualified bidder, and that's that threshold is roughly the same as the contract change order request that's being made. Based off of Saucil's previous record, I have a feeling that this is something that they tend to do a lot, and that that cost difference, when we hear that there can potentially be a cost impact of over $1 million, of course we'd be concerned, of course. But that change order contract, that contract change order ask that's being made of over 1 million, it equates to that same concern there. So, you know, I think that look, in every scenario with all of the bids that came in, we got four bids that were submitted. All of them fall under our engineer estimates. So in every scenario, we're still saving money. But if we go with a vendor like Saucil, we can potentially be spending more money, likely spending more money than what is being asked of here today. That's just based off of a track record here. And so lastly, the notion that the bid protests were meritless, I don't actually believe in that. Rather, I believe that Saucil's bid was should be considered non-responsive in the first place, and that we do actually have grounds based off of that notion that they were non-responsive to reject their bid and award it to the next lowest qualified bidder. And so that's my suggestion.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Just to follow up, I appreciate your comments. You know, any contractor that comes into town, we got a great building safety and housing department that's gonna really send our inspectors over there to ensure the quality of work is up to our level of expectation. Let me ask for Mr. Erickson. Are you there, Mr. Erickson? You know, I hear concerns, and concerns are always important when looking at the history of I guess a business. In this case, contractors. Mr. Erickson, out of all the folks, or I should say contractors, that put in a bid, I mean, every contractor's got a history of it. I mean, there's no contractor for this project that submitted a bid that's perfect, is there?
Mayor, that's correct. I mean, there isn't a perfect contractor. We've had issues in the past. I think it was the sports field where I actually had to do the pre-qualification document twice because no contractors that submitted a pre-qual actually passed it. So we had to go back and change things and kind of loosen up some of the restrictions so we at least could get a bidder. So you're correct. No one's perfect.
Thank you. That was an honest question. Okay, next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and lower my hand before I forget. I just have a couple of questions, and I mean, definitely none of us are perfect, and we could look at ourselves, and we're not perfect. We're getting better every single day, and so for me, that argument of we're not perfect, I'll be very honest. It's as I'm listening to the deliberations. Some of the things that are coming through my mind are just things that we experience even in our homes, right? If you own a home or when you've done repair in your homes, when you do a contract with a subcontractor and then you get a very different bill at the end. And that is something we've probably all have experienced. And so my question is on that, because I definitely am very concerned on the $1 million. And so I have a couple questions surrounding that to staff. In the conversation, I just want to understand a little bit more of this project. The final price that we are seeing on the screen, in order to make it for simple terms for those who are watching us, could that price change? Could it go up? Just like if we would be doing a project at our house and then maybe there's something that changes in the job and then the job gets more expensive. Is that something that could also happen with this particular project?
So Sawzell submitted a bid based on the plans and specifications that they had in their possession and the site that's there. So if nothing changes, then their bid price would be the final price. The contingency that's being requested for change orders for unforeseen conditions, that is to address just that, things that pop up during construction. It's not an exact science. Also, if there's an error in the plans and specifications, a design error that requires Sawzell to perform additional work, well, that's not their fault. That would go back on the designer for the city, and then we would go after the designer to, get to fix that and make us whole. But in the meantime, we would still need to pay Sawzell for any extra work that they performed, and that's what that contingency amount that's being requested is for.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and stop you there because that answers a little bit more, clarifies a little bit more this picture. What's before us is not necessarily are we going to lose out $1 million now? We could potentially lose out $1 million later because they're already coming in asking for a change order based on just life circumstances, but they could have also done that intentionally in the beginning of the bid, correct?
They haven't asked for a change order. The contingency amount is what we staff feel that should be included in the project, and we're recommending 15%. If you want to make it 5%, that's also an option. But no one is asking for a change order right now.
Correct, but the contingency plan, that's what I'm seeing this moving is to ask for that in case it does happen. But I guess my question is, the bid wasn't too far off from the lowest bid. So they were already shopping before and doing that illegally. They could easily just do this change order and hike up the price a couple million, right? If
Again, there is no change order that's been submitted to the city. We don't have to even issue again, let me say that the contingency is a recommended amount to keep the project moving forward without delay if an unforeseen condition comes up. An alternative would be to provide no contingency, which means if something comes up during construction, the contractor would have to stop work until we would come back to you, the city council, and say, hey, we've got this problem that came up and here's the extra cost for it. That's the alternative, which going that route actually gets more expensive because now you've delayed the contractor until you can get approval to pay. So again, that's why we have the recommendation to do a contingency, if that makes sense.
It does make sense because I thank you for that information, but I guess we could move forward without, I guess what I'm trying to foresee is the cost, right? Because if we move forward with a contingency, then the cost could be more. It could be. It's not set in stone. I guess that's my understanding, because I keep hearing it's going to cost the city $1 million, but then yet it could still cost us even more millions of dollars. For example, let's say the roof isn't done right, or they have to move into, it sounds like they do third party out, they do subcontracting. Now they have to do it on their own. So that cost could go up. It's not set in stone. I guess that's my point.
The city holds the contingency. That's ours to grant to the bidder if we feel it's justified. It's not the contractors to determine. So if no unforeseen construction issues come up during construction, then we don't spend the 1.2 million. If a problem comes up that is not the contractor's fault that causes them extra work, then we're going to owe something. That's normal for all construction projects.
Correct. So I guess it goes back to what Councilmember Fan, that I guess what I'm just trying to understand is our own internal processes on these systems, because if we would have asked the question on the pre-application or the process of any subcontractors, is there any subcontractors that would be having any court cases or litigation, then something would have came up, but that wasn't part of it. So it didn't come up because it wasn't Sasso directly, but it was one of their subcontractors that they use. But if that would have came up, then that would have disqualified them, correct?
Again, the pre-qualification statement is looking at the general contractor. So those were the questions that we asked: is what has been your bid history, your claims history, your history of having to pay the back wages and penalties, et cetera. We didn't ask questions about any subcontractors that they had used.
But let's just say that question would have been on the pre-application when we're screening them. If we would have said, do any of the subcontractors that you have used in the past 5 years or 10 years, have they faced any litigations or any wage theft or anything? Then they would have had to answer yes, correct?
They would have had to answer yes or no, just like all the other contractors that submitted a document, pre-qualification document.
Right, but if they would have submitted and answered truthfully yes, then they would have been disqualified from this project.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't, predict what they might have done.
Right, but you could definitely state what we would have done from our city. So if the application would have said yes, the city would have not moved forward with this application, correct?
Well, in this particular case, I think if I recall the presentation, it said that both of those particular items with their subs were one was thrown out and the other was just rejected by the project owner. So I can't say what our response would be if that was a question.
Okay. Thank you so much, Steve, for that information. The other question that I have is, I keep hearing the number $1 million. It's gonna cost $1 million. Could someone help me walk through that and let me know why it would cost $1 million and what have been the costs that have been incurred, or where does that number come from?
What is $1 million? I'm not following your question.
I believe there was a number. So there was a number that was thrown out, or in the staff report, somewhere I saw and I heard it, that it said something about $1 million. It was going to cost the city and that we didn't have money for that. So I'm trying to understand, how would it cost us $1 million?
I think that's the price difference between Saucil and the next lowest bidder.
Correct. It's roughly $1 million, 800 and change.
And Steve, additional costs if we had to reject bids as well.
That as well.
It's the additional cost then if we had to reject the bid.
If you could,
Correct.
Councilmember Dominguez, through what those additional costs would be for leasing, as well as staff costs, additional design costs, all of that.
Sure. So if we reject all bids and have to re-advertise this, it's going to be up to about a year delay. There's going to be added costs. It's added staff costs to administer, a new pre-qual and bid process. We're going to have to amend the designer's cost to remain on the project for an additional year. We have to amend our construction administration consultant to also remain on the project for a year. We're going to have an additional 6-month lease for the temporary fire station. We're going to have added costs for estimated escalation, which is 4%, roughly almost per month. We're going to have added costs for several other minor construction contracts associated with the project. These are other contractors that are performing work, such as security system and the fire alert system within the fire station that gets installed by these other contractors. So, these will all add up.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand that. In the future, Steve, in the future, would we be able to add the question of any subcontractors? I'm not too sure what that process looks like for our city, but in the future, I would like to add that question, because I don't want to put ourselves in this situation with any other public project. And it just feels like this bid would have gotten rejected if that question would have been there, in my perspective. And I just don't feel comfortable with Saucil at this moment. I understand the cost, but I also understand the importance of making sure that we're moving with contractors that are going to abide the law. And at the end of the day, we do serve as an example, especially when we're doing those projects internally. And it's setting a precedent. And that's definitely something that I don't want to be known for in the city of Milpitas, is for setting a precedent for these types of projects to happen. Now, I definitely understand that there's costs that are going to be in addition to. And so my questions have been answered. Thank you so much for the presentation and for your time.
Okay, next up we have Councilmember Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. It's getting late. So going back to the list of the bidders, can you put that back up, please? Staff. Okay, there it was, that green one. That one, right? I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. So by law, we as a city have to look at the lowest bidder. And what I see right now is Saucil Corporation is the lowest bidder. The arguments that we heard earlier were for overall and company. So you're right, it's only about $1 million and change difference. And so my question is, if we go back to rebid, what will that cost us? And then how long? Well, first let me ask you the first one. How much? What will that cost the city or us to go back to rebid and start all over again?
As I just mentioned, approaching $1 million with about a year's delay in schedule.
So a year's delay. That's that was going to be my next question. The time frame that we're looking in delays a year. To be honest with you, that's way too long because
that's ridiculous.
We can't. The citizens will be left without a fire station for a whole year, and that jeopardizes the safety of the citizens. I'm not going to vote for. I'm going to go with staff's. I trust staff's recommendation because, for me, and first foremost, it's the safety of our citizens. And yes, perhaps maybe the next time we do bidding, we could do more in-depth questioning or some type of safety precautions. Maybe do a second round or something. But for this here, we need to make sure that our citizens have that safety threshold in place. So I have to go with staff's recommendation. That's all I'm going to say, because this is
dangerous. This is dangerous.
Okay. Yeah, I totally agree.
Next up, Vice Mayor Nunez.
Thank you. A couple of things. One, so who actually handles the bidding process for us? Is it your department, Steve? Is it purchasing? Is it Walter? Who does that for us?
It's engineering with assistance as needed from BBK, City Attorney's Office.
Okay. So if we were, as I looked at this bid analysis, I don't see this to say that you threw out the other three or the other two bidders. Did I miss that someplace?
I'm not sure your question throughout bidders.
Well, what I just heard both two of the council members say is that if we don't take Sasol, we'll have to go out for another year. And I think I heard you say that. Did I miss in this presentation that you have thrown out the other two bidders? If we decide not to take Sasol, is there a reason we could not take one of the other two? Or just go to the next highest bidder, lowest bidder, which would be over whatever that name is.
I'll let the city attorney weigh in, but I mean, if there's no reason to respond, throw out Sazol's bid, then the only option is to reject all bids and start over. But maybe Chris can help.
But okay, so Chris, if we find as a council that there are reasons, could we keep the other two bidders?
So it's a good question. Obviously, if staff has looked into their qualifications and they deem them to be essentially responsive or responsible bidder for the project, then yes, they'd still be on the table. Now, state law does require that you take that lowest responsible bid into account. And if you wanted to do something different, I'd want to have some time to advise you of the risk associated with that.
And I'm just going by the things, the additional information that Council Member Fan brought up, things that were much more current. And I didn't hear that coming from staff. So either they didn't have that information, or that information is a little bit different than was reported. So I'm just thinking, if that in fact takes Hustle out of the equation, that still leaves us with two responsible bidders, correct?
Correct, but I'd want to make sure, obviously, if we're hearing things tonight for the first time, obviously what I'd ask of council, if council wanted to go this direction, was to let staff look into those issues and come back to you with the full report, and then more advice that you guys could have.
Sure, and so what I'm looking at is, so I understand trusting staff to bring the information they have at hand, number one. I also understand that as I look at this, I am uncomfortable giving to a director the ability to do change orders for $1.2 million without coming to council. And at the same time, I heard enough tonight to make me question or at least seek more information about the South Soul Corporation. And I apologize if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. But I also don't like trying to be frightened into making a decision tonight. Being told that if we don't do it, if we don't select them, it's going to cost us a year, it's going to cost us $1 million. To me, that's just trying to scare the council into making a decision tonight into the recommendation that's being made. I would hope that what staff heard tonight is information they didn't have either, and that they would want to look into that. I would hope that between now and December 3rd, you can go, Chris, you could go look into that additional information, because it sounds like it's more on the legal side, and bring it back to us. And if in fact South Soul is fine, then so be it. But if they are not, if that takes them out of the picture, we still have two bidders that we can select from, and that doesn't put us off for a year. It doesn't do anything that we wouldn't. We can still make the same decision and not have to go out to bid and not stall everything off. So I'm comfortable with that, just on the information I've heard tonight.
Appreciate you, Vice Mayor. So I'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz. You know, if we're going to bring this back at the next meeting, so be it. But I'm going to need a background check and history check for every single bidder. And I want to know every little thing they've ever done and how that's been resolved. And if we need more time.
I'm fine with that too.
Thank you very much. And if we need more time, bring it back on the 15th. We'll get it done on that day. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. No, I'm also fine with that. You know, ultimately, it's good for the process. It shows that we're doing our due diligence. At the end of the day, I also take issue with the hypotheticals that are being presented here to dissuade us on the implications of delaying this, or the costs associated with rebidding. The only valid reason generally for anybody to rebid is if there was anything that compromised the integrity of the process, that indicates that the process was flawed, that we didn't do the appropriate due diligence. And at the end of the day, ultimately, that's going to be on us. And I don't want to go there. Certainly agree that at the end of the day, this is a safety issue. There's no denying that it needs to be done expediently. And on my end, I'm not gonna try to delay that or recommend a rebidding. So I would discourage that, and I want to clarify that position. When it comes down to the cost issue, in terms of the cost difference that was mentioned before, the difference between Sausal's bid and the next the next lowest bidder, I am okay with the next lowest bidder and the removal of the contingency contract change order requirement. I'm not sure if staff will actually stand by that removal of that contingency threshold for SOSL. If you are comfortable with that and want to stand by that recommendation there, then that's fine. But if you come back later on and ask for that change, and it's determined that SOSL will be using a subcontractor on this roofing services, that's going to be on you. And so if you're comfortable with that, then I'll take your word for it. But that is going to be the professional decision that you make there. Ultimately, I'm happy to forward my fact finding with staff. The thing that I want to indicate is that, and I've brought this, I've mentioned this previously. I just want to bring it up and reiterate that the notion that in our fact finding that subcontractors that have worked with SOSL in the past, may have been held liable for certain services. However, at the time, they were not affiliated with SOSL. I get that. But what I'm bringing forward to your attention here are examples of when SOSL was involved with the subcontractors and when they were held jointly liable. And so it's not, it's difficult to have confidence in SOSL's ability to perform this kind of work themselves when they don't even have the appropriate licensing, and when they have a track record of subcontracting out work, even though they would indicate that wouldn't be the case. And they also have a track record of historically submitting bids that are that come in a lot lower and end up a lot higher than what was initially approved. And I don't want that to be the case here. I'm concerned about our taxpayer dollars too. On top of that, the cost to the city when you have contractors performing work that they aren't qualified to perform, the safety risks associated with that, the legal and liability costs, that can further exceed the numbers that are being presented here today, if you want to talk hypotheticals. So, that's my take on it. I think that we can still just approve the next bid over. If you have concerns about that, then you can move to the next bid over again. But at the end of the day, the concerns that I have about Saucel in particular are just too outstanding. So that's my take.
Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez. Okay, I no longer see your virtual raised hand.
I'm sorry, my internet is not working out, and I don't know if you guys are having power issues, but it's happening in my block, so I apologize for that. As I was saying, I currently right now cannot move forward without getting more information. I do believe that it is our responsibility to vet. First and foremost, I also value every taxpayer's dollar. Please know that that is something that I value. Secondly, I just want to make sure that this is not going to end up costing more taxpayers' dollars on top of not making this project a safe project. And as somebody who has family members who work in construction, somebody who my dad fell 60 feet from a quarry because of subcontracting, I know how real this is for a human life. And I've said this before, I will never put a price value on a human life. And if we could in Milpitas make sure that that doesn't happen, I'm going to make sure that I vet every single application. Mayor, I completely understand your perspective and I appreciate it. And I also am with you. I want to see the reports from every single bidder, but I also thank Vice Mayor Bob Nunez because we do have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to make this better. And we don't need to delay the project, at least what's been presented before me today. It doesn't feel like we have to delay the project. If there is something that doesn't match the values of our city, doesn't match making sure that we're getting the best value for the investment of tax dollars that we're going to put into Fire Station 2, which I hold to very high standards, not only because it's a public project, but it's going to help keep our families safe here in Milpitas. But we could do that still. And so that is something that I do want to explore. And at this time, I don't feel comfortable either moving forward or denying the recommendations. If anything, I would want to see this back with that additional finding and then move that conversation forward. I definitely don't want to see this project delayed. So if there is a way for us to keep the second bidder or explore Saucel a little more and see what is it that we find. At this point, I am open to all. I just want to make sure that I get all the information in order to have an educated decision by the end of next meeting. So that is where I stand with this. Thank you for your time.
All right, so I'll go to the city manager, or I'll go to the city manager here. So how about we get information from all the bidders and bring this back on the 15th.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll follow that direction.
Okay, great. All right, we're gonna keep moving.
Mayor Tran, this is Christie as your city attorney. Just wanted to know for the benefit of the council. Obviously, there's a lot of ideas that have been brought up tonight. We've given you an indication that we are legally comfortable with you potentially awarding to Saucel. I understand that there are still some concerns and information that's come up tonight. So what we'll do is we'll do our best to get additional information. Keep in mind that we're working within the confines of the existing bid documents. And so we will look at the information in that context, which is limited obviously within the scope of those bid documents. In addition to that, there's been a concept brought up in terms of looking at other bidders on the list. So the council does need advice from me as a city attorney, which will be given confidentially, but we'll provide that to you in anticipation of your next meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, bring this back on the 15th next month. I think everything will work out.
I'll have a memo for you just in advance of that meeting that you guys could take a look at, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, appreciate you. All right, moving on here. Next up is item number 18. 18, 19, and are very, very important. So we have to get these. Item number 18, let's go. Review the fiscal year 2021 quarterly financial status report for the quarter ending September 30th, 2020, and approve related budget amendments due to COVID-19 pandemic, anticipated revenue losses. I hate to say it. And let's go to our Deputy City Manager, Walter Rossman.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could have the presentation, please. So as staff, you could bring up the presentation, let me kick this off.
Yeah,
So,
we're waiting on the presentation, right? Yeah.
I saw you about the revenues and the readjustments of the revenues on September 1st when I updated the forecast, the last year's forecast. And at the time, I shared with you several changes to TOT, sales tax.
Can I
and
pause
as
there,
well as
Mr. Rossman? Is there a presentation?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for it.
Okay, we'll wait
There
for
we
it.
go.
We'll wait for it. We need, yeah. And if you can,
There we go.
ease your pace and kind of the beats per minute of your tune here, just to help us out. I would greatly appreciate a very slower pace of conversation. I need a little support.
It's late in the evening, no problem.
Are you drinking coffee? Oh, geez.
No, it's just tea.
Okay, good.
Can I have it?
That's healthy.
Next
All right,
slide,
carry
please.
on, sir. I'm sorry.
No problem. So today I'll present you the first 3 months of the financial status of the general fund. Typically, what we do per our rules, so our budgeting rules, is report on the unanticipated expenditure reserve report. And then we'll look at the enterprise funds very quickly. And then you'll see some budget recommendations. And then per the COVID response strategies, I'll also give you a quick update where we have the revenues as of October 31st. So that next slide, please. Yeah, I think I have a little echo here, so let me make sure. Okay. So what you see here is how we adopted the budget, which was balanced. In the last 3 months, you amended it slightly by about $600,000 or so in additional grant revenue, and includes encumbrances. This is the carryover funds from last fiscal year for contracts. Am I hearing just an echo, or are you hearing an echo too?
I think you're fine. I think you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Then what you'll see here is the current spending of the general fund and revenues. Revenues appear low, but it's typically at this time of the year. We haven't received major property tax payments yet. You pay your property tax in December and in April next year, so that has not come in yet. Sales tax, we've received 2 installments for the first quarter. So basically, revenues usually lag in the general fund, but they also lag because some revenue sources are not coming in as anticipated. And I shared this with you during the forecast in September 1st. Primarily, transient occupancy tax has substantially reduced because of the lack of travel by businesses.
Pause right there, sir. So that's sort of the difference we're going to feel next fiscal year, right? As we look to balance.
You're going to see that difference. You will see.
Yeah,
next
that's a
fiscal year,
huge.
that is correct.
That's a huge pain right there. That's over 20% right there. This is ridiculous. Carry on, sir.
So then expenditures, we are with encumbrances, because these are the contractual dollars which are already committed to a vendor, so to contractors. We're at 28.8%. But if you take encumbrances out, the expenditures of the general fund are only at 24%. Next slide, please. This is the unanticipated expenditure reserve. It's a reserve you grant to the administration for expenditures which were not foreseen in the budget. These are all related to COVID-19 responses, from additional cleaning services to sterilizers, PPE, personal protective equipment, etc., and the total amount is $122,000. Next slide, please. I'm going to pivot quickly to the utility funds. This is water and sewer. Next slide. In the water fund, we are in revenues coming in at 26% of budget, so that's good. And expenditure less than 25% at the quarter. It's 22%, so I think we're doing really well. Those two funds in the water fund, sewer fund. Next slide, please. Similar picture here. Revenues are a little bit lagging behind, but that's just the billing issues we've had. And expenditures, they're at 23%. So we are doing fine within the 25% mark. So I feel comfortable with both funds here. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Let's look at budget amendments. So these are all based on the forecast primarily, which I present to you on September 1st. Next slide, please. At that time, I discussed with you taking down property tax by $300,000. The main reason for that is that the state is disputing receipt of education revenue augmentation fund dollars to the cities. What happened here in the late 1990s, the state funded additional school expenses through property tax, with the understanding once the schools are funded, the excess revenue for property tax will go back to the taxing entities such as cities, counties, special districts, etc. And in this fiscal year, the state is disputing this. It will be hopefully resolved by end of this calendar year, but the county advised us to reduce our property tax estimate by $2 million. Sales tax is going down to $24 million approximately by $3.7 million. That's based on the consultant report which we received. They dialed down their expectations on sales tax primarily due to COVID-19 impacts. This relates to less businesses being available. Now we have the purple phase, which just got interviewed by the state today, which means less people can go shopping. And shopping has not necessarily, or spending has not reduced necessarily, but it's moving towards online expenditures. And there's a different way how this tax revenue is shared. Transient occupancy tax, that's really the biggest hit. That is the issue of less business travel, therefore less hotel revenue. And for this fiscal year, we're dialing it down by $9 million. We're assuming, however, in the forecast you see in my next presentation, that we are expecting it to come back to some degree, but not fully. With a slight adjustment of operating transfers from a CFD, we got the assessed information from the consultant after the budget was adopted, so we just have to adjust the revenue source slightly. To offset this one-time revenue sources or this loss of revenue, in 2014, the general fund loans to the task fund, the transit areas special district fund, about $5 million, and we're recommending that the council take this loan back into the general fund, to which the task has to pay off the loan, and the general fund benefits from the loan repayment. The task fund has currently a fund balance of about $62 million, so they're now able to repay the loan which was granted them about 6 years ago. On the expenditure side, I explained to you, and I'll go more into more detail in the following slides, that there are savings of $2.5 million in the general fund, which we can take due to some discoveries I made a few months ago after the budget was approved. And then you fund it through the housing element study in the general fund, which is we have to get this done. And after the budget was approved, I realized, working with Sherry and Goey, that we can actually use affordable housing funds to pay for this expenditure. So now we are recommending to change the funding. We reallocate the funding from the general fund to the housing, affordable housing fund. Next slide, please. So let me go a little bit into retiree healthcare benefits. So that's the city grants two types of employment, post-employment benefits as they're called. Retiree medical, a city provides a defined benefit for that, for somebody who retires here with a certain amount of years. They get, as a retiree until they pass away, a monthly benefit for health insurance. But we also have a retiree contribution fund, which we pay a lump sum payment for each bargaining unit. And the bargaining unit members, once they retire, they can go to the trust fund, which is administered by the city or by the bargaining unit, and just ask for co-payment to be paid, etc. And once the money runs out, the money runs out. And it says here very clearly, this is a quote from the MOU with NPOA, in no case will the city be required to place funds in the fund above the 1% of payroll with benefits amount. So basically, there's a fixed amount we pay. However, per general accounting standards boards, which we have to follow so that our CAF is appropriately completed, that board classifies both benefits as a defined contribution plan, although the second one, retiree contribution fund, is not a defined contribution plan. They only give a lump sum payment every year, as I mentioned. So then the actuary goes and says, okay, great, I follow GASB rules, and so I'm going to determine the assets and liabilities for financial documents purposes. Next slide, please. So in the past, Next slide, please. In the past, until this fiscal year, we paid twice for the retiree contribution fund. We paid as part of the actual defined contribution for medical benefits and the lump sum payment. And when I talked to the actuary, they realized what was wrong. We overpaid into the retiree medical fund, and now we are at a funded status. You see this right here on the second row of 114%. So we have overpaid into that fund, into the trust fund. And so what we are asked the actuary to do, what's the normal cost we have to pay every fiscal year? It's $660,000 versus $3.5 million. So there's savings for all funds of $2.84 million, for a general fund of 2.5. So that again helped us to reduce our costs for our employee costs, and this is what we're asking you to make a budget amendment here today. Next slide, please. So general fund savings, $2.5 million. So here you have all budget recommendations. I talked about the revenue adjustments. The total revenue adjustments will be about $12.8 million. The transfer in, offsetting those revenue adjustments, we are proposing to repay the TASP loan to the general fund, use $5.2 million of the budget stabilization reserve, and the rest comes from expenditure savings as outlined below. Next slide, please.
Pause it there. Pause it. You can bring it back, please. I'm just going to take a moment here to digest this, if you don't mind. This is a very important slide.
Please.
Yeah.
Please do.
For the line use of budget stabilization reserve, that's at 5.2 million. What was that line for the prior fiscal year?
I can tell you once we go to the next slide, and
Okay.
Two slides I have the information for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So I do want to remind the public, the council obviously knows this, you approved this policy. What's the purpose of the budget stabilization reserve? The purpose to provide budget stability above bridge funding to protect against reducing service levels. So that's what we have used it last year and this year. We've used some of it, we replenished it, and we plan to replenish it again. So next slide, please. So last fiscal year, responding to the mayor's question, is the reserve unaudited is at $17 million. We replenished it through expenditure savings last fiscal year. Then we have, the council approved to use $4.5 million in addition when we adopted the budget. We were recommending use of another $5 million, and then we were recommending to bring back some funds into the BSR of $4.45 million. So there's three sources for that. Number one, the coronavirus relief fund is about $1 million. We received the payment back from the state. Then we'll have with fourth quarter of Measure F sales tax. There's 1 quarter we will get for the April last quarter in this current fiscal year. Recommending this one-time source to be used for one-time purposes, such as a reserve. And then we do anticipate with the vacancies we're carrying right now to have expenditure savings of over $2 million, and that's very conservative. And I get this back up to $12 million. Any more questions on that slide?
Yeah, let me ask a question here. So I don't want to be a stickler. These are small digits on this slide, but it's a lot of money in real life. And just looking at what's recommended by you at 5.21 during this time, I for one would like to not dip into that BSR more than we did last year. I'm one person. How come? What's the purpose behind spending a little more? Is it what factors has led to that?
It's a bit pure in this case. The difference between revenues and expenditures, and making sure that we balance the budget, that we rebalance the budget. That's the purpose of the amount.
There's nothing we can do to take away some expenditures. I'm looking at that difference between 521 and 448 million. There's nothing we can do to reduce expenditures to balance those two numbers there.
So if you allow me, I will respond to you, but let me go on with the next slide, and then we'll explain to you what our path forward will be. And I think that will help you understand what we're recommending to the council.
Very well.
The next slide, please. I will be towards the end, so I will respond to your question, Mayor. So monthly status report and the revenues. Next slide, please. This just gives you an update where we are. So basically, if the council approves the reduction of the revenues, as recommended here today, we are currently on track for property tax. Sales tax, we are on track as well. And as you see, this all the way down. So with the reduction revenue, there are only 3 watch signs which I have. License and permits, that's at 27%. Of 4 months should be around 33%. But building permits fluctuate, they go up and down, so that's just a watch for me. Charges for services, that's your recreation program and your contributions from developers for specific projects. We will come to you at mid-year and adjust the recreation department's budget by taking revenues down, but also the expenditures. So there will be an adjustment for that. The franchise fees is just a delay in the payments right now, so that's why there's a watch there. And the rest is pretty much on track. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps? And I think that's what you respond to your question, Mayor. We'll continue monitoring revenues. We'll continue saving on expenditures. We have a hiring freeze. We only allow public safety positions if needed to be hired. Primarily in police, you will see that because we have 18 months of training time usually for new officers, and we cannot just stop hiring police officers if we see vacancies coming up. And you'll see mid-year budget review. We will come back to you if revenue adjustments are needed. We hope not, but we're definitely going to come back with expenditure reductions with you. We accelerated the budget process for the next fiscal year to coincide with the mid-year budget process. And if we see expenditures we can reduce this year, we will come forward to you with those expenditure reductions. And we have started this process actually this week with our departments. So that is our plan in order to replenish the budget stabilization reserve again at mid-year with expenditure reductions. That's what we hope to do.
Okay, it's got a couple of things. One, in no particular order. Sir, how are we adjusting to the ever fast-changing restrictions in our society and our economy due to COVID? You know, we certainly have to be cognizant that as of today, actually, and being in the purple tier and knowing, you know, or just shouldn't say knowing, but just having an educational prediction that things are going to get worse, not just in Milpitas, but everywhere and Milpitas. You know, I see that we're on track on that one slide. You don't have to go back to it, but, you know, it shows that we're on track. But, you know, I don't think that accounts for the pandemic that's happening right now. So how are we, as a financial manager in yourself, how are we strategizing to be prepared for what lies ahead with the restrictions?
Yeah, you're correct, Mayor. This data is of October 31st. It does not account yet for the drastic shutdown of society again, which we're experiencing today. What the question is, which we're all obviously going to ask ourselves, how quickly this change in our restrictive, in shutting down the economy, in essence, how this change will be very effective quickly. Will it take longer? We saw it in spring when this happened in March, mid-March. It took us about 3 months to open up the economy. We had a GDP loss across the nation, which then bounced right back, but not to the level which we were before.
And so I just want to raise the alarm. Yeah, we're all together. We're all together, and I just want to take a moment here during this meeting to raise the alarm. If we can go back to one of the earlier slides here, the one that shows the revenues in contrast to the expenditures.
Sure. Go back 2 slides, please.
Yeah.
You mean?
Not that one. It's the one. I think the quarterly one. It showed the quarterly.
Okay.
Yeah. Or
the budget balance.
Quarter we're covering. Yeah, or the third quarter. Not third quarter, but this quarter I'll call it. Yeah.
So go back.
Getting late, you know. It's getting late, but it was one of your first few slides. I want to say it might be the 4th slide. It was way in the beginning.
It's a different direction.
You were
Go
showing
backwards. Go to the front of
expenses.
the presentation.
Yeah, there weren't too many lines.
Right. One more.
You're still going. Continue to.
One more.
It might be. We'll see.
Backward.
Bear with me.
There we go. That's
This
the
one right
That's
here.
the one.
Yeah, this one right here, and this one hurts really badly. That fourth column. Now I know a lot of our expenditures are kind of set, and we can't just minimize it because we're obligated. But I do want to take this moment to indirectly just talk about how I believe our city at the mid-year really needs to clamp it down in terms of expenditures. And if that means making hard decisions, then so be it. I would rather make hard decisions now at the mid-year coming up than to have to make harder decisions 6 months from now or 12 months from now. I know other cities are making hard decisions now. I read about it. Just like my colleagues read about other cities, Tracy or Palo Alto, whatever it is. And I want to let this council know, because the staff is going to work at the direction of the council. We really need to make hard decisions now. It's going to save us a lot of pain in the future. And I'm not asking for anything tonight, but I want every council member and every one of my colleagues to just really think about this number here on this slide and looking at our revenues. It's slowed down to a crawl. And sooner than later, we're going to be poor in terms of our liquid and our cash, I should say. Aside from the reserves, but we really have to be mindful. Not anybody here on this Zoom can tell me the pandemic has an end. Not no election, not no New Year's 2021, not no vaccine. This vaccine, it's not. Even in February, if there's a federal stimulus, it's not stopping things. It's going to be a multi-year process, and we're not even halfway through this. So I just apologize for interrupting Walter, because this is a great presentation with so much information, but I do want to just take a moment for everybody, take a breath. We have to ensure that we're not laying off any of our employees in the areas that we need it the most. I will say public safety and public works. We have to ensure the quality of life for our residents, and balancing the budget is our number one job, and the decisions that you can make here as a council, this is it. So just think about that tonight or tomorrow or now. And I know next time we reconvene, I hope that folks are really looking at these numbers, because it is real sad. Councilmember Montano.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Tran. So Walter, can you bring this back, but using some bar graphs, especially line graphs, that way within the last 5 years, so that way we in the public can see where we were at, where we are now, and where we are going. I think the line graphs, they really do show the big picture. So you can bring this back maybe at our next meeting. It really helps to really see the whole picture. It's more of a holistic approach of seeing, again, where we were, where we are, and where we're going. Because this is
yeah, I think I did this during the budget study session January this year, and that's what I intend to do in January as well, when we have the budget priority setting session.
Okay, so you can show us some line, especially line graphs. I really like those.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
But yeah, we need to tighten our belt, and we're not the only city. There's, I think, every city in the state, or actually in the country, because this COVID it's all new. It's a game changer, and I think we need to really think how we do things. So
we have to change the way we're doing things, especially with Measure F.
that was a Band-Aid. I mean, I'm glad that it passed, because at least we don't have to lay anybody off, but we might, you never know. Things
Yeah.
can change overnight. We don't
We
know.
got to get this right. We absolutely, and I'm not trying to wait until next spring. I'm really asking our city staff and city manager's office, we need action now. We need cost savings now. We need hard decisions now. And if I have to bring it up during the announcements of the next council meeting, then I will. But and I think I might actually. And we need action now. We need to take action now. We haven't done, we balanced the budget, but there was no hard decisions involved. I haven't made a hard decision yet, and that's a problem. And it should be a problem for each one of my colleagues. We should be making hard decisions right now. This is alarming. Just look at this slide, and there's no end in sight. And so, I'll just save this for later for me, my comment. But let's go to the next person, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. Thank you, staff, for this presentation. As the only working class member that works in public service at another city agency, I just want to take a moment to talk to staff. Staff, you guys do an amazing job. I know that we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that we rise above this. I keep hearing now and how and what, but there's no ideas. So I don't like the fear mongering that's happening, because I will best assure you that as someone that works for another city, as a staff member in that city, I never feel the way that I'm feeling right now. And if it was one of our staff members listening to some of the remarks that I just heard our leader say, I wouldn't be feeling too good after this meeting ends. So I do want to talk to staff and let you know that we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that we all rise above this. Yes, the unknown is there, but I also have hope. And if other cities are getting through this, these numbers are staggering, but I have seen much worse. So let's talk ideas as leadership. Let's not just put it on the staff of the how and the now and the needs to happen. That's fear mongering. And I'm not going to respect that. I rather respect a leader that comes with ideas and says, this is how we're going to get through this, that begins to fear monger the way out of this. So until I hear ideas, Mayor, the how and the now, I am looking for you for leadership, because at the end of the day, you're the mayor of the city. And to our staff, we're going to get through this. So the first things first is we all must stay safe. We all definitely need to look at a better analysis of the budget, come up with those ideas, and then let's bring them and work towards that together. But to put it on Walter and to put it on Steve, I believe is unfair. We have to do that leadership as well. So that's all I had to say. Again, as a staff, as the only council member that has a full-time job in a public sector, time is really hard. And I know that staff is working harder than ever, because I see it not only in the city that I work in, but I see it here every single day. I saw it today when I went to City Hall at 4 a.m. And so our staff is working hard. It's time for us to step up, Mayor. So thank you so much for your time. It is 12:06, so I do want to give Walter the time to finish this presentation, because we do have a hard stop at midnight and we're over that hard stop. So I really do want to finish this presentation, so I'm going to go ahead and hold my comments. Thank you.
I actually had a meeting. I'm very I don't know. I feel like being the mayor, I'm the one to take responsibility for everything. So anytime a council member puts something on me, or anytime a resident puts something on me, whether I like it or not, I accept it, because that's my job. But my style is pretty realistic, and I do have some ideas for our budget. I actually had a meeting last Thursday with our city manager's office, where I laid out what I think our city should do. And so, you know, I'll bring it forward at the next meeting. It's really about the right time. This is not agendized tonight. That we're talking about the quarter, the quarter kind of review here. We're not talking about the mid-year budget tonight. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not there to do that. I'm not here to do that tonight because it's not agendized. So I would hope that my colleagues would not accuse me of things. And I do my best not to characterize my colleagues as well. So I will go next to Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I'll just be really brief and say that I really appreciate the work that you're doing, Walter. I don't think you really get nearly enough credit as you deserve in handling our economic status and allowing us to keep the lights on throughout this difficult season. And yeah, I just want to say I appreciate you. I think we should all recognize that, you know, this is a collective effort, that we want to succeed. Obviously, we want Milpitas to succeed. And we're in the same boat here. For topics such as budget, it may be helpful for us to dive more in depth through a study session in the future, which you know, I'm looking forward to exchanging you know, our thoughts there and build some consensus. But I just want to encourage us to try to be consistent with our fiscal restraint. Certainly, obviously, we are not in a position to really offer as much as we'd like to in terms of services and programs and whatnot, but also recognize that you know, sometimes that every scenario is different, that there's a lot of other factors at play, but ultimately still work towards a good balanced budget. So I'll just leave it at that. I think that we've covered a lot already. We certainly recognize the gravity of the situation, and that's I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. So I want to go back before I go to the vice mayor here. I do want to go to our deputy city manager for recommendation number 2. Is that accepting the BSR use at over $5 million?
That would be correct.
Okay. All right, let's go to the vice mayor, Bob Nunez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And so first, I want to make sure I put my hand down. So Walter, I actually think you get all the credit when things aren't going well, and probably very little credit when things are going great. So we should say thank you for just bringing us the information. as I look at this, it strikes me that we probably are better off than most cities, and that's due, I think, a lot to the planning done by the leadership staff and the staff in general. There are cities that have been reducing all along, and we've been able to forestall that. I think going forward, you laid out a really good roadmap for us with input from probably department heads, the city manager, and I know you're looking at input now from staff, community members and such, and I do think you need to get that so we know what types of services we're going to be able to maintain or curtail. When I heard you say that we're going to have a hiring freeze except for public safety, I think that's good for the community to hear. And so the more of those kinds of things that you do, if you can get that out so that people can hear that, I think it makes them feel better that there's things that are being done. That doesn't necessarily mean that there will be huge cuts, but that you're doing things in an organized way. To try to figure out how we're going to use the few dollars that we actually do have left. So having said that, what I'm trying to, if you go to that last chart where it showed what you thought the actual reduction for next year was going to be, or was it $2.7 million? Is that?
Can you go back, please, Steph? Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm here.
I'm sorry.
Steph, can you go back, please?
You were staying so still. I thought maybe my screen had frozen. Okay.
Yeah.
The is it 2.6? Yeah, 2.6. Tell me how comfortable are you that that's the number you feel we can? Let me ask it differently. As a target, how firm are you on that's the number?
So the $2.6 million is a reduction in expenditures based on those two reasons, primarily veterinary medical, and I'm very comfortable with seeing a number down. It's based on actuarial studies before we made the change in the accounting treatment and after we made the change in accounting treatment. And but basically the actuary is telling us we overfunded veterinary medical benefits, the funding for it, by $2.5 million in the current year budget.
Okay, so as I keep looking at things, and as I listen to other cities, their numbers vary almost daily. As every city started to slide into purple, their numbers started getting bigger that they needed to make adjustments for. Not fully understanding what moving to purple really meant to some of them, things of that sort. So I think I understand that waiting till next year probably would be nice if we could do it, but if we could also make adjustments now, that would be better because it makes next year less of a major punch, let's say. Is there a way to get that kind of information out to council? You know, here's the projection this month, you know, the following on a regular basis, because those numbers seem to vary, if not weekly, at least monthly, of what the impact is on sales tax, things of that sort. And I'm going by what I'm getting from the League of Cities the County Cities Association, those kinds of organizations.
Sure. The council actually directed us to do that. That's why you saw the month October 1st or October update on the revenues. That was the point of that slide. And once I have November complete, I'll come back in December and do, but it's an information memo, always coming to the council agenda for you to just to understand where we are. The challenge with revenues is that's why we were so low in the first quarter. Property tax, which is about 35% of our total pie chart of revenues, comes in January and comes in April. So we're always going to lag with revenues initially. But we are lagging in some without those adjustments shown on this slide here. So, and hopefully, once we make those, if council approves those adjustments, we are better on track. And coming back to what the mayor said, I don't know yet what the pandemic will bring, the shutdown we're facing right now, how long it's going to be, what it does to revenues. It mainly affected DOT and sales tax the last time around, but it may be different this time around. We don't know what's going to happen. It's winter versus summer. It probably makes a difference too in the construction activity. So we're watching it. I can tell you that. And we'll come back as soon as we see something which is fundamental.
No, and I agree. And I think we're not going to get as much money from the federal government as persons thought, because it's going to take a while to try to get anything out from DC. So, but I was just, as I looked at this, because not only is it income, but it's also the expenditure, so that you sort of know if in fact, if the dollars aren't coming in, what that gap is starting to look like. You know, your expenditures are going up and the income isn't matching it. You can sort of start gauging on not just the income part of it, but the expense part that is starting out to expand the gap. So I just think it's the more information is the better for the council to make the kind of decisions they're going to have to make sooner than later. I'm thankful for the information that you are providing. And I think that every staff person probably can be helpful in looking at ways to reduce costs. The input doesn't have to come solely from council or solely from department heads. It can come from everybody that works for the city, and also from community members that can tell you which one of the services, you know, they really need to keep for their own mental health, for their own survival, and which ones maybe they can use a little bit less of. So I'm thankful that you're going to look at getting that community input. But thank you for the information, because it was useful, telling us that there are still ways within our own budget to move dollars around to lessen the blow. So thank you.
So Vice Mayor, just then add a few comments I want to make is, I said public safety positions to freeze and not to freeze, so to hire them, and some critical non-public safety positions. So make sure the public understands that. Secondly, yes, indeed, it's the mid-year process. We're going to be starting today, engaging our employees. Actually, department heads started this already a few weeks ago when we saw the forecast coming, the updated one, that we already talked to among the executive leadership team. How can we engage our employees? And how can we get budget proposals which make sense and hopefully impact the service level to our community the least possible way.
Good. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Rossman, we asked you a question. The current fiscal year we're in, to balance the budget on the onset, we had to tap into the BSR. What was it, over $4 million?
4.5 million, correct.
That's right, thank you. And so right now with this item and the budget amendment, you're looking to put in another $5-point-something million?
That's a recommendation to balance the budget. And if the council chooses to not to do it at this time, we can definitely rebalance the budget also mid-year.
And so the total,
we come back with
the total that we're putting in from the BSR this fiscal year that we're sitting in if you consider the recommendation you have before us tonight, what's the total in 1 year?
It's about $10 million at this time.
So that's
But
like
also
25% of what we have. Yeah, it's 25%.
But it's also what
that number is way too high for me, and so and it's only going to get worse. You know, worst case scenario, you're going to come back to us for another budget amendment, and you could ask for more, and so I really believe that we need to take a look at our expenses and make some hard decisions, and I'm not ready to make those tonight. It's just not the right time and place right now. So I have crazy concerns with the amount of BSR we're tapping into, and this is not good. You know, this is terrible. So I won't be supporting this item tonight. Matter of fact, I want to adjourn the meeting right now.
Okay. Okay, good night.
Don't we have to make a vote?
I'm gonna go ahead and adjourn the meeting right now. Chris, let's go to city attorney real quick.
Would actually defer to staff if they need an action taken from the council.
Yeah.
So
let me ask you, Chris, if I'm going to adjourn the meeting right now, does it stand?
To the extent that staff needs something, I'd prefer to at least hear from staff.
Well, I'm asking you from the authority I have from my position. If I adjourn this meeting right now, does it stand?
I don't know the answer to that, Mayor, but you can take
It's
action.
12:30.
Yeah. So you know.
12:30. I'm tired.
So based on the policy, I'm adjourning this meeting. This meeting's adjourned.
What a lack of leadership.
Night.
What a lack of leadership. Grow up. Get a job.